cornerstones of progress. And today we embark on a journey to explore how these principles can revolutionize the engineering landscape. As engineers, we have always been at the forefront of innovation, the boundaries of everything that is possible. Now more than ever, we are being called upon to embrace entrepreneurial activities and to develop our entrepreneurial spirit, to take our groundbreaking ideas and turn them into tangible solutions that benefit our society and drive economic growth. Today, we'll hear from our colleagues who will ignite and propel us into the world of innovation and entrepreneurship and help us to create real-world impact. Together, we will learn, collaborate, and inspire one another to seize opportunities of the future. I extend my deepest gratitude to all our speakers and sponsors and participants for being part of the exciting journey. It is my hope that we will engage in spirited discussions, forge new partnerships, and live with this confidence and a renewed sense of purpose, armed with the tools to shape a higher and greener future through innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering. Thank you all. Let us make this conference a resounding success. Thank you once again.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The theme for the AGM is innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering. As an electrical engineer, I took interest in how far we have come with respect to power generation and transmission. And that led me to do a little research on Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison, the brains behind direct current and alternating current. There's one characteristic that differentiated the two. If you are an electrical engineer, you hear something about the war of currents. And that is when the world had to decide what mode of or what method we will use to transmit electricity from the point of generation to where it to be consumed. There was a huge argument or disagreement between these two inventors. Now, Edison had gone far with the direct current, and Tesla worked with Edison, but had a different idea, which is the alternating current. And eventually, when he brought out his idea through George Westinghouse, the world accepted alternating current as a mode of transmitting electricity. But it will surprise you that when Nikola Tesla died on January 7, 1943, he died as a pauper. With all these huge ideas and innovation, he died as a pauper. Why? Because he was not business-minded. If Elon Musk had not named his electric car after him, very few of us will be talking of Tesla. Who is Tesla? But we are here enjoying electricity generated from Akosombo, from Takoradi, because somebody called Nikola Tesla invented it. But he couldn't patent it. It took another person to make it a business. So that is why the theme innovation, you have the idea, but how do you transform it into a viable business opportunity? I tell you this, where we are, a lot of students have been turned out by tertiary institutions. We have the ideas, but how do we convert them into business opportunity to serve as a means of employing the graduates we churn out? So it's very important, not just having the idea, but making it what? a business opportunity. Thank you very much. This program cannot go on successfully without having a chairperson. And we are very privileged to have in our midst today the Vice Chair of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, in the person of Engineer Sophia Abena Tijani. A round of applause. She's not being a person. I'm sure your presence here will also motivate our young aspiring engineers, female engineers, who will look up to you because you'll be a source of inspiration. So to know a little about Engineer Tijani, let me read just a brief of her profile. Engineer Sophia Abena Tijani is a licensed professional electrical engineer with over 20 years experience in the electricity industry. Spanning over 2 continents, she passionately focused on execution and professional practice. Currently, Engineer Sophia works with the Volta River Authority, and she is the manager in charge of learning development and talent management. She also serves as the Vice President of the Ghana Institution of Engineers. A round of applause, please. I was in Takoradi during the election, and I have never seen, such a tight race, So kudos. Engineer Sophia's career journey has been shaped by working with Electricity Company of Ghana, the Volta River Authority, Mott McDonald's Incorporated in the United States, USAID-funded West African Energy Program. Engineer Sophia has a master's degree in electrical power engineering from Texas A&M University and MBA in finance from Paris Graduate School of Management, and a BSc in electrical electronics engineering from the KNUST. She is a fellow of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, a senior member of Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and a Stanford certified advanced project management professional. Sophia loves God and believes that engineers have a divine calling to use them to improve lives. Colleagues, distinguished students, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome Engineer Sophia Tijani.
Good morning, Ashanti. Hey, branch 1. Forgive me. In fact, for the MC, I was wondering, is he really sure they told him just yesterday or this morning? Because the way he's, emceeing the program, it's as if he's been doing this for ages. Anyway, Ms. Mac, thank you very much for that introduction, but I can feel the excitement. Branch 1, do we have a slogan or something? Is there a slogan for the branch? Okay. So I will think of one for the branch. Anyway, so I bring you greetings from Accra, and let me start by following protocol. So let me start by saying, Engineer Chair, Engineer Ribeiro, the Registrar of Engineering Council of Ghana, Engineer Isaac Bedu, the executives of Branch 1, invited guests, colleague engineers, good morning. I think that's how I should have started, right? So forgive me for jumping protocol. I must say that I'm excited, you can all see, to be part of the branch 1 AGM. And I bring you greetings from Council of Ghana Institution of Engineering and the President. The President would have wished to be here, but for some reason, he's not here. I'm not going to tell you that reason, but he will join us online to address all of us. And thinking about the theme that you chose for this year's conference, I think that it couldn't have been more apt. We all saw what happened over the weekend. I don't know whether we heard it or saw it on TV, the Occupy Jubilee House protests. It's all because people are not getting jobs. And if you listen to some of the stories, it tells you that there's a lot that we have to do. And as you walk around the country, I've not been to Kumasi that much, but at least if you drive through Accra, you see the myriad of problems, from bad roads to, I wouldn't say poor designs. I don't know whether our drainage system is failing us, but we see floods, we see a whole lot of issues, and it takes engineers to fix the country. And if we are going to fix the country, we have to be innovative. And fixing the country also means that creating jobs for our youth and for ourselves. I mean, the last statistics that was issued by the Ghana Statistical Board, the unemployment as of 2021 was like 32.8%. I believe now we've gone past 50%. But there's so much opportunity for us. The challenges that we see are opportunities for us to create jobs. And as we all know, technology is advancing really fast. And so as engineers, how do we use emerging tech? How do we become innovative to turn our challenges into solutions for the society? And not just turning them into solutions free of charge for the society. We need to, make commercial values or create commercial values out of our solutions. And so today, as we are going to discuss the intersection between innovation, entrepreneurship, and engineering, I want to encourage all of us to be plugged in. Don't just be here. I mean, we should take active participation. We should create connections. By the time we leave here, you should have known somebody, because we cannot do it alone. We have to collaborate. Okay, so let us create connections so that we can connect our ideas to using innovation to fix the problems that we have in the country. I know we are going to have exciting presentations, but I will encourage us to bring it home. We should make our solutions local. Our problems are many. We should bring it home, make it local, and use the technologies to solve our local challenges. So, driven by the need for job creation, can we think of how we are going to match the challenges confronting us to the technologies that are available to us? This is one of the questions that I believe we should be answering by the time we leave here. I have spoken about collaborating. Let's carry each other along. Technicians, engineers, mechanics, craftsmen. There is space for everybody. So we should carry each other along. And as we deliberate, let's think of how we can empower each other, to help in our quest to finding solutions to Ghana's challenges. Therefore, I invite all of us to be focused, to be engaged, and to tailor our discussions to forge valuable connections and open our minds to whatever it is that we are going to learn here. Open our minds to very important job creation. commercial value. My brother spoke about the war of electricity. I mean, as engineers, we have so much ideas. We easily give out our ideas, consultation free, but how do we create commercial value out of our ideas? And so let me thank the organizers for choosing this theme. In fact, it is very apt. So thank you for organizing the AGM. Thank you for choosing the theme. And most importantly, thank you for inviting me to chair this event. I accept to be your chairperson, and I beg all of us, let us all wait till we close. Let us be here. We can put away our phones, the work can wait. We are here, so let us be here, and together, let's see how best we can create, jobs for Ghana. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please. The address was brief, but loaded. Job creation. The challenges around us. In the challenges are opportunities to create solutions which will lead to job creation. And that is what I think we need so badly as a society. She also mentioned collaboration. Everybody has something to offer. In Akan, we say Nyansa need baku for tree. We all have something to offer. So through collaboration, you see the strength that has to be tapped, and in collaboration, you come out with a solution that one person can hardly bring it out. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We will proceed with the introduction of the special guest of honor for today. And on that, I'll call on the regional chair to do the introduction.
We have as our guest of honor, Engineer Isaac Bedu. Engineer Isaac Bedu is a big man. Let's even give him a round of applause before I read the profile. So I'm reading a brief profile of our guest. So Engineer Isaac Bedu is a civil engineer with a master's degree in business administration, and particularly in project management, and has a certification as an international project manager. He has over 25 years experience in project management and has been engaged mostly in procurement, contract negotiations, and management and implementation of various capital projects. He has been involved in the implementation of solar power projects, rehabilitation of Akosombo and Akusi hydro dams. And I'm happy he has been able to do that, because I read in Libya they have arrested all the people related to the dams. The dams broke, 2 of them broke, and many people have died. We are happy ours is intact. Otherwise, my name will be here. Engineer Bedu has served on several committees that evaluated proposals for selection of contractors and consultants to undertake projects as well. He is currently the team lead for the repowering of the T3 plant and relocation of the 25 megawatt GE TM 2500S and Siemens plant to Kumasi. After this, we'll ask him when that thing is arriving. It's already here. Okay. He has also participated as a panel speaker for Hydro Vision International Conference in 2015 and 2016 in the United States of America. Engineer Bedu is a fellow of the Ghana Institution of Engineering and served on the Government Council for 12 years. Can we give him a round of applause? He is also a member of the Ministerial Board for the Ministry of Works and Housing and a member of the Regional Tender Review Committee of the Eastern Region. I'm also happy to announce that he's been appointed the Registrar of the Ghana Engineering Council. Shall we give him a bigger round of applause? Okay. So having introduced him, I'll kindly invite him to the podium to give us his address. Let's give him a bigger round of applause.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Madam Chairperson, esteemed guests, distinguished members of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, and students who are here. Let me just correct one. I was the project lead, but now I'm not, because I'm now with the Engineering Council. So I'm no longer the project lead for the relocation of the machines to Kumasi. But I'm happy to tell you that the machines are here and they are being assembled. And hopefully by December, you will see power being generated from Kumasi. I'm happy to be invited as the guest of honor for the Branch 1 AGM. Branch 1 always takes the lead. In fact, this is my first public speaking engagement. And so, Branch 1, you are very fortunate. And I must say that I'm thrilled to be part of this gathering of brilliant minds and dedicated professionals who are the driving force behind innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering. The purpose of this speech is straightforward: to inform, educate on the significance of these concepts and to inspire and motivate individuals within the engineering community and to empower all of us to embrace innovation and entrepreneurship as tools for personal and professional growth and the betterment of society. Let me start with a quote by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Willing is not enough. We must do. It is believed that Goethe said this without having engineering in mind. He is not an engineer himself. But he actually described the essence and substance of engineering. Engineers, we turn knowledge into application. We devise plans, we design products and processes, and we deliver results. We are the ultimate doers, true or false. This was said by Peter Farrell. It doesn't look like you believe in what you are saying. True or false? Okay. So we are motivating ourselves. So Peter Farrell said this in his article. Listen to the title of the article. In his article, Engineering, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship. And our theme is what? Innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering. Innovation is the lifeblood of engineering. It is about dreaming big, pushing boundaries, and challenging the status quo. It is about harnessing our collective intelligence and intellect to find creative solutions to the complex problems that our society faces. Innovation is the force that propels us forward, and it is the reason we can aspire to a brighter and greener tomorrow. However, innovation alone is not enough. The MC said it. Somebody innovated, but he died as a pauper. So innovation alone is not enough. To truly make a difference, we must marry innovation with entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is the bridge that connects our ideas to the real world. It is about taking calculated risks, turning concepts into reality, and navigating the challenge of bringing those innovations to the market. Entrepreneurship is what transforms innovation into tangible progress. So you can innovate. If you are not able to take it to the market, it is what? Nothing. According to Farrell, innovation is the essential link between an invention or discovery and the delivery of that invention or discovery into the marketplace. Innovation is not complete, however, until someone writes a check. I want to repeat that. Innovation is not complete until someone writes what? A check. In short, the innovation process is only complete when the product or procedure has been anointed by the marketplace. And without innovation, there is no wealth creation. And as a consequence, no economic growth. The economic pie needs to be grown before it is sliced. In essence, advanced societies require innovation to survive and prosper over the long term. Furthermore, innovation is invariably based on technology, and although the individuals who drive innovation are entrepreneurs, those who make the best entrepreneurs are people with basic training and engineering. I'm tempted to say hallelujah. You understand? I repeat that. It says those who make the best entrepreneurs are people with basic training in engineering. Okay. I saw a lady on LinkedIn who is a graduate from KNUST, but she's making shoes. All right. She's an engineer. Excuse me. With his basic knowledge in engineering, won't she make better shoes? Now, why are innovations and entrepreneurship so significant in engineering? It's because they accelerate progress. They push us to think beyond the status quo and create solutions that have a lasting impact. When engineers innovate, they not only improve existing technologies, but also open new frontiers of possibilities. And when entrepreneurs help them, they take these innovations and introduce them to the world, turning them into products or services that benefit society. This pivotal role manifests itself in the form of tangible innovations that reshape our world. Consider, for instance, the Internet of Things, a revolutionary concept which brought to life by engineers, connecting our devices and making our lives smarter. Or ponder on the marvel of 3D printing, an engineering feat that redefines manufacturing and rapid prototyping. Engineers are also at the forefront of renewable energy solutions, harnessing the power of nature to combat climate change. These examples underscore how engineering innovation spirit transforms ideas into reality, enhancing our daily lives and propelling industries forward. Fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering is akin to nurturing the roots of economic prosperity. It's a catalyst for job creation, putting industries forward, and integrating local economies. Moreover, this dynamic duo that is innovation and entrepreneurship drives technological advancements, pushing the envelope of what's possible and making our lives more convenient and efficient. In an increasingly globalized world, it bolsters our competitiveness on the international stage, ensuring we are not just keeping up, but leading the change. Importantly, It is the driving force behind addressing complex challenges like sustainability and climate change, offering practical solutions for a better life and a better future. Pursuing innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering brings a share of hurdles to the table. One significant challenge is securing access to the necessary resources and funding. As bringing innovation ideas to life often requires financial support and infrastructure. Additionally, managing roads effectively is a tightrope walk, as innovation inherently carries uncertainties. Regulatory hurdles can act as roadblocks, but I'm here to tell you that they are not roadblocks, but they are constraints which innovators must work within. Regulatory hurdles are not roadblocks, but they are constraints, requiring compliance with ever-evolving rules and standards. Moreover, the competitive landscape can be fierce, with markets sometimes becoming saturated. Overcoming these challenges is essential for engineers and entrepreneurs to navigate the path to successful innovation and entrepreneurship in a more sustainable future. To foster innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering, strategic approaches are essential. First, education and skill development are the foundation. Education and skill development are the foundation. This includes nurturing STEM education to prepare the next generation of problem solvers and offering entrepreneurial training to equip engineers with the business acumen needed for success. Collaboration and networking are also crucial by forging partnerships and sharing ideas. Engineers can amplify their innovative, by sharing ideas, engineers can amplify their innovative potential. Government and private sector support provide the necessary resources and funding to turn ideas into reality. Finally, cultivating an innovation-friendly culture within organizations and communities encourage creativity, risk-taking, and the pursuit of groundbreaking solutions, ultimately propelling engineering innovation and entrepreneurship forward. If nothing at all, let's all, after this AGM, begin with this. And the MC said it. Madame Sophia has said it. I want to put it in this one. Without innovation, there is no wealth creation. Yes. A consequence, no economic growth. So for our country to develop, if we want the country to move forward, we have to innovate. And when we innovate, we must make sure the check is written. The Ghana Institute of Engineering, and particularly Branch 1, has a rich history of promoting excellence, fostering innovation, and nurturing the entrepreneurial spirit with our profession. Your dedication to advancing engineering knowledge and contributing to national development is truly commendable. As we gather here today, let us remember that the future is not something that happens to us. It is something that we create. Let us continue to embrace innovation and entrepreneurship as the two engines of progress. Let us dare to dream big and turn our dreams into reality. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for the privilege of addressing you today. I have no doubt that the discussion, collaborations, and insights that will emerge from the conference will inspire us all to reach new heights. Together, let us forge a path to a future where innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering drive sustainability, sustainable development, prosperity, and a better quality of life for all. Thank you And may this conference be a resourceful, a resounding success, propelling us forward to a future filled with innovation, entrepreneurship, and enjoyment impact. Thank you very much.
Wow. If I have to conduct a quick examination or test, I'm sure we'll all pass because there are so many things he said. Everybody should be able to make a note of 1 or 2 points, right? Should I go around? Hey, as I'm there. Huh? Oh, Engineer Bedu, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for re-emphasizing the need for innovation in engineering. And I want to quote your closing remarks that the future is not what happens to us, it is what we create. So we have a role to play. We don't wait for it to come to us. We have to create it ourselves. And just like he said, I'm also tempted to say amen. We are privileged, ladies and gentlemen, to be joined online by the president of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. He couldn't come personally, but that has not stopped him to be part of the AGM. He is joined online. He is the person of Engineer Kwabena Bimpo, and the president of the Ghana Institution of Engineering will want to make some few comments, his remarks to encourage us. So at this point in time, we'll give, are you ready? Okay, so Engineer Bimpo will be giving us his remark from wherever he's joining us from. Engineer, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And I would like to first apologize for my inability to be there. But as Engineer Sophia, Vice President and the chairperson for today's event said, there are things which have connived to prevent me from being in Kumasi as I had earlier on envisaged. So I would like to give a short speech, and I'll start this way. Madam Chairperson and Vice President of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, Engineer Sophia Tijani, Engineer Isaac Bedu, who is the guest of honor and the new registrar of the Engineering Council of Ghana, our very hardworking chairman of Branch 1, Engineer Dr. Joseph Ribeiro, and the executive, there's the branch executive, as well as the members of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, Branch 1. Students, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege this morning to address you at this morning's opening ceremony of the annual general meeting and conference of Branch 1. As I would have wished to be present, but then other pressing issues have connived, and I would dare say that they have collaborated to prevent me from coming to Kumasi. However, through the power of technology, I'm able to address you. This ceremony represents a pivotal moment in the branch's calendar, and as it brings together the collective wisdom, experience, and innovation of members in Branch 1 of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. On behalf of the Executive Committee and Council of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, and then on my own behalf, I would like to congratulate you for achieving this milestone, and for you participants taking time off your busy schedules to avail yourselves of the second conference and AGM under the theme Innovation and Entrepreneurship in Engineering. During this one-day conference and AGM, we will have the opportunity to engage in meaningful discussions, share insights, and forge connections that will shape the future of our branch and GHIA at large. This conference is not just a gathering, but it is a platform for collaboration and progress. I see your theme to be timely in view of the fact that engineering goes beyond the ability to apply scientific principles, technology, and innovation, but requires a knowledge in economics, finance, entrepreneurship, so as to ensure that our knowledge can be transformed into marketable products or bankable commodities for the development of the country. And just as Engineer Bedu said, when with engineering degree or a basic degree in engineering, we are able to produce the best innovators. And until you have a first check, your innovation will die probably with you. I would continue. So it is important that we develop these ideas or skills in innovation, economics, as I've already mentioned, finance and entrepreneurship. As we all know, entrepreneurship is a major factor in the production of major goods and services, and it is a requirement for success. I want all engineers to have an understanding of leadership issues, which when coupled with corporate governance, policy formulation, accounting and finance will help us understand the world of business. And this will ensure that we are ahead and will be at the table where decisions are made. Throughout the AGM and conference, we have, and I've looked at your outline, a lineup of speakers, and we've had one or some two already. And I know it is going to present you with networking opportunities designed to inspire, educate, and empower each of you. I encourage you to actively participate, ask questions, and share your perspectives. As we embark on this journey together, let us keep in mind that our collective efforts can lead to innovative solutions, new partnership, and a brighter future for our industry. Let us engage in productive dialogues, challenge our assumptions, and most importantly, let us leave this conference with a renewed sense of purpose and a commitment to making a difference. I wish you a successful conference and pray that the outcome of your deliberations will go a long way to affect not only members of your branch, but the entire membership of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. Thank you for being there, and I look forward to the enlightening discussions and fruitful interactions that lie ahead. Let us begin this AGM and conference with enthusiasm and a shared vision for a better tomorrow. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think he has been able to communicate his comments to us, and it goes further to re-emphasize the need for us to not just have the ideas, but transform them into something that will create value. Thank you very much, Mr. President. He said at the end of this conference, we should have a new sense of purpose and a commitment to make a difference in our lives, not just our lives, but in the lives of those around us and the world at large. We are going to have presentations, and this will lead to the engagement in meaningful discussions. So I will urge all of us to pay close attention, take notes, because after the presentation, there will be a question and answer session. So you will make contributions. There may be an area you don't really understand. After the presentation, the facilitators will be on standby to answer questions, and those who want to make contributions also be given the opportunity. So I will call on, are we ready for Engineer Boache? Right. Engineer Boache will be presenting our safety and safety culture in industry, a case in the aviation industry. So Engineer Isaac Boache will be doing us the honors of making the first presentation. Engineer Bache, over to you.
Then maybe all. Can you please confirm you can hear me? Can the host please confirm if I can be heard loud and clear?
You can be heard, please.
All right, good morning. So our special guest of honor and chairman of the Engineering Council Ghana, Engineer Isaac Bedu, the president of the Ghana Institute of Engineering, Engineer Kwabena Bimpong, the vice president and chairwoman for today's AGM and Conference, Engineer Sophia Tijani, chairman of Region 1, Engineer Dr. Joseph Ribeiro, the planning committee, ladies and gentlemen. I know that we have been talking about the theme for today's conference, that is innovation and entrepreneurship. But you know, when we eat one food the whole time, sometimes it gets a bit boring. So I want to digress a bit and talk about something that is of also importance in Ghana. It's about our safety and our safety culture. My name is Engineer Isaac Bedu. I'm a senior professional engineer of the Ghana Institute of Engineering and a senior member of IEEE and a member of IEEE. Presentation, safety culture, your safety and safety culture in the aviation industry. Going through these themes, we'll be going through these themes, aviation safety and safety culture. We also talk about practices and systems to achieve healthy aviation safety. We also talk about the class of error in aviation in safety. And then we watch a brief video by Jennifer Webster of the Health and Safety Laboratory. When we talk about safety culture, what does it really mean? Safety culture. We say that safety culture is a lot more than just a sign. In most organizations, when you go there, you will see the signages for safety. But is it just a sign? When you talk about safety, indeed, it's safety first. And unless it costs money, it costs money. Something that safety is so expensive, and so they water down on it. But it can be really expensive if you don't put in the right measures. Sorry, I'm unable to show my video for you to see me physically, but I'm sure you appreciate the presentation as we go on. What then is aviation safety? And although about aviation safety, we will also take advantage to digress into the generality of how safety and safety culture can be applied across all facets of industry. For aviation safety, we are talking about the state of being safe. We're also talking about the condition of being safe from a person undergoing hurt, injury, or loss. And this is a definition by Webster's Dictionary. Generally, when you think about risks, also of something happening in aviation safety, we are saying that it is as low as reasonable practical, and the acronym ALA defines it better. If you look at the table that we have on our screen to depict the acronym as low as reasonable practical, you see on the left and then on my right. On my left, an arrow pointing down, on my right, a rectangle. But if you look at the correlation from the red at the tops, when safety is of essence, we stop immediately. In that case, it means that the safety risk is causing an immediate danger. Sometimes safety finds itself in an intolerable region, where then we say that the risk is as unacceptable as its currency stands. There are times safety finds itself in a tolerable region, and that we say that that safety risk is somehow acceptable because adequate mitigation processes can be put in place to be able to mitigate it. There are times that it is within acceptable region. In that case, we say that the safety risk is acceptable as it is. Nonetheless, when it is safe, then the safety risk is negligible. And so you will see that as you go down, and as the picture on your left depicts, then your safety in your environment, your safety in your house, your safety wherever you find yourself also increases. And we are saying that safety culture, it is a culture where safety is treated seriously by top management and all employees. We are also saying that with safety culture, the safety goals are set. And when the safety goals are set, all work to contribute meaningfully to these goals that are set. We are also saying that all employees are trained and encouraged to think and work safety at all times. We are also saying that safety culture is a system that is put in place so that safety concerns are reported without the fear of being victimized. We are also saying that all believe that safety does not have to come at the cost of productivity, of profits. So even though we are making profits, we must not say that we want to use part of the money for safety measures, because if you think safety is difficult or expensive, let us then happen. And that is when you see that that is more expensive. So safety culture, we are also saying that it's an integral part of the way a company, an institution, a whole operates. And finally, we are saying that a company, an institution, or a whole must have a framework to accomplish all that we have talked about into a system called the safety management system. Why then is safety culture so important, especially in the case of the aviation industry, as well as in our institution, our homes? In the case of the aviation industry, we are saying that safety continues to evolve, but yet to be perfected. I'm happy to say that the aviation industry is one industry in which safety is of paramount to all of us. And it is very, very advanced because of the nature of its operations. So the probability of a risk being killed in an aircraft accident, it varies from location to location. When we look at that part of the world, Africa, compared to Europe and America, if you go online and look into a system called Flight Radar, then you will notice that how flight movement in America is so dense, flight movement in Europe so dense, but in Africa, it is not that dense. So as a result, we are saying that the probability of an accident happening in Africa is about 1 to 260,000 persons when they fly. You see, it is very safe because of the safety culture being practiced. Very soon, we will see some of the processes that has brought about safety and how we can integrate it into our various academic institutions, and even our homes, and even as individuals. In America, for example, we think that 1 in 11 million to 45 million in a study in 2012 is likely to cause a fatality of a person when flying. But there are a lot of differences that could have been better. Why? The answer is simple. A safety culture makes a difference. And so when you look closely in this that we are having, you will see that we have an industry. And the problem is safety record in the aviation industry. And this can be proven statistically that the drive, even when you are driving to the airport, is far more dangerous than when you are even sitting in an aircraft. Because chances is even higher than chances of getting killed in an aircraft. So we now have an average fatal loss. See on the left, in terms of the number of major fatalities, and then you look in terms of the year. So you look at from 1995 onwards, you will see that millions of aircraft are departed. And so you see, as the years are coming back, by a lot of air travel. But then, Paul did a certain analysis of accidents a year. And so we have an average fatal hull loss accident of about just 0.02 per million takeoffs. So in the aviation industry, most of the accidents do happen during landing and takeoff. But when in flight, it is very, very safe. That means that 5 million takeoffs does not really result in the expected safe landing because of conditions and other situations, such occurrences. But takeoffs and landings are increasing. So from 2016 upwards, we expected that accidents are likely to increase. No wonder at some other parts of the world, we've seen that accidents are. If you look at the percentages in terms of aircraft accidents per week, per day, per year, and you compare to our road accidents, you appreciate that it's very, very negative. So there hasn't been many major fatal accidents per week somewhere in the world if you look at the statistics because of the safety culture. In places where aircraft fly over the oceanic areas where it's difficult to install transmitters for VHF communication, modern design HF systems are helping for clarity of communication over oceanic areas. And so ambiguities of communication between air traffic controllers and pilots has improved significantly. And controller pilot data link protocols as in a way of like a WhatsApp chatting messages between the air traffic controller and pilots also improves communication dramatically. Nonetheless, we must continue to do better. We cannot say that the safety culture here is good, so that is it. So what does a safety culture look like? It's simple. You will know it when you work in it. It is not difficult to measure it accurately. But then, seeing by many things are done around a particular organization, an institution, or a home. And it influenced by the top management of an institution, of an organization, or of course, the head of the family. Amen. Safety culture is continually changing. So then what are some characteristics of safety culture? So for effective safety culture, there must be an effective safety reporting. And so information must flow easily. The willingness of people to report their errors and experiences is encouraged in a safety culture. People must be accountable to report essential safety-related information. However, there must be a clear distinction between acceptable and unacceptable behavior, so that people then just take advantage and see that because when I report freely, nothing will be done, I will deliberately cause harm. Of course, there must also be flexibility so that people can adjust when they are facing unusual circumstances. But then, as said, safety culture is a continuous learning process where people must be retrained, giving their confidence so that their habits of safety awareness will be improved. Characteristics of safety culture is that a safety culture is a shared commitment to safety responsibilities. It contributes to a positive organizational risk profile. Safety culture contributes to a pursuit of continuous improvements. And then for generative reporting culture, where people learn from or where their lessons learned, people don't go back to make mistakes of what others have made in the past. They learn from it, and going forward, they are able to work better. So active hazard identification and risk mitigation activities is very, very important. And so we are talking about the skills of each staff, the strategy, the shared values, the systems that are put in place, and the structures must all work. A safety contract must have 3 C's. And these 3 C's was propounded by a man called Misbeck. What did he say? The first C stands for commitment. Commitment from top management through motivation and allocation of resources to train, retrain personnel, create awareness so that staffs are fully aware of safety and safety culture in that particular organization. The second C stands for competence. Competence in the sense that people are trained so much that they have enough knowledge to achieve the organizational safety goals. The third C, that stands for cognizance, because this creates awareness, because safety culture is a never-ending battle. What then are the 6 steps to follow to achieve a healthy safety culture in your organization, in your institution, or in your home? The first one we want to talk about is what we call the just culture. The just culture. What is a just culture? Is it a system that when you screw up, you are history, you are fired? Well, a just culture is the foundation of any safety culture, where honest and outrageous mistakes do not result in discipline. Don't get me wrong when I say it did not result in discipline. We are also saying that where there is an administrative policy that spells out reckless behavior and how they should be dealt with. A just culture, we also say that where persons can admit to an error without fear of punishment. That's about discipline. When a person deliberately makes mistakes. So this is the real purpose of discipline. Well, is it revenge? If it is revenge, then only the mafia with their cement boots have the harder discipline policy, as said by Giselle Richardson. But then, is it also about holding the person accountable because you have created a mistake and so we'll deal with you. Well, is it also to be seen to be doing something which is so traditional in most of our institutions and organizations? And finally, is it to ensure that an occurrence does not happen again? What do you think? I'm sure most of you will agree with me that to ensure that something does not happen again, it is what is the most preferred. And that is what the just culture talks about. You make mistakes, and not that you are aware that what you are going to do is a mistake. You know, sometimes certain things we do inadvertently or unaware that creates mistake. And in a just culture, you are encouraged to report it as it is, so that someone with more knowledge in that area will be able to retrace and go back. And lessons learned and improvements will be put into the safety management system for lessons learned. People learn from it, and such mistakes will not happen again. So, but when need be for discipline, what then could be the degree of discipline? So there are some questions you have to ask yourself if there's the need to administer discipline. So the first question is, was the act deliberate with the reasonable knowledge of possible consequences? Has the person made similar errors in the past before? Do they accept responsibility for the actions that they have made? Has the person learned from the experience if he has done this in the past before, was corrected, and is still doing it? And finally, are they likely to do it again? I am sure when you go through these questions deeply, you will know how just culture and easy people are being administered in terms of the degree of discipline if you are practicing a just culture in your home, institution, or organization. So let's not forget that anyone can make a mistake. But forgive me, sorry for this choice of words, but only a fool that can be a company, an individual, or institution make the same mistake twice. In this case, so what can we do? So you see, from all the questions that we asked earlier, let's remember the reason why we want to administer discipline. Yes, you got it right. To ensure that it does not happen again. Look at on the screen, for instance. Aircraft that just had an accident. The pilot had just installed a larger engine in the aircraft, and this consumed more fuel. So for some time, he landed in an airport only 10 minutes away from his own private airstrip to refuel. But when he got to the refueler had just closed and was inside watching the pilot to see what the pilot would do. Where if the pilot called the refueler will charge him $50 before he will sell the fuel. So $50 plus how much fuel you buy. Because the refueler was nowhere to be found, the pilot just looked into his fuel tank. And when he saw that, he just threw this away. There could be enough fuel to take me home. He didn't want to pay, so he just took off. 7 minutes into his flight, your guess is as good as we are seeing on the screen. He crashed. He got so hurt. Was a write-off. Later investigation, they found a small quantity of fuel in the residual tank. What can we learn from this? Remember, discipline is to ensure that it does not happen again. So aircraft accident investigators will not have to come to site and investigate. All insurance did. The wife who was in the aircraft was severely injured. The pilot himself was also severely injured. The pilot was off work for about a month. It means huge loss of money because he was using this aircraft to run private courier for people who want to fly from place to place. But sadly, after investigation, he was found not guilty. Why? Sadly, the aviation industry decided to spend thousands of dollars in order to convict him and to fine him only $100. You may wonder, why spend so much money only to fine him only $100? Your guess is as good as mine. It's just culture. The essence was not to find fault with him, was to know lessons learned, so that such feature, they could now put up other measures in place so that such events will not happen again. There was a time back that autopiloting aircraft pilots could land. We're using autopilots, but because of just culture, the number one preferred is that there should be a manual intervention. If there's no manual intervention, where a pilot or a co-pilot or someone skilled enough to land the aircraft, that is the only time autopiloting can be used. So just culture.
Please.
It's 5 minutes.
Yes.
Right.
Round up.
Okay. All right. So we also have what we call the trusting, where there is a balance between the trust and cooperation. So when there's the trust and when the level of trust and cooperation is low, everybody takes defense. If it's medium, there's a respect or some compromise. But when they are both high, there's synergy, and so they are both willing to solve a problem. We can also talk about the reporting contract, where it provides a means to capture the lessons to be learned arising from human errors, near misses, or weaknesses. We can also talk about the learning culture, where, for instance, in the aviation industry, there is a reporting culture for collective decisions that are made to seek improvements. So, a report from an aircraft maintenance engineer's logbooks, a report from an air traffic control center, a report from pilots on runway surface conditions, a report on physical obstacles to air navigation, a report of incompatibility development near approach of the airports, are all made into these safety management systems for analysis, for lessons learned, and for proper measures to be put in place. No sweat will not start because you are having to sweat the big stuff. And this is what the safety management system is. Just make sure you input everything into the system for lessons learned. We also have the learning culture, where it enables us to take the reports with their free lessons through risk management to lower hazards that could have threatened our safety organization. We also talk about the fifth lesson, the informed culture. In the informed culture, we say that everyone knows the organization through safety commitments. So a mission statement is posted clearly, where everyone knows the organization through safety commitments. The safety policy is also posted where everyone is very much aware of it. So in this safety policy, you will see that it captures managers and supervisors. It also captures managers and supervisors. It captures supervisors. It captures those junior supervisors. It captures the employees. Now it captures the employees and captures everyone. And this is a safety policy statement of Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. Well, these are spelled out and they are available for staffs who go about the activities every time. They are just at the corridors, at the entrances of various offices. So you are constantly reading them. You come out of the lift, you see them. So you just cannot miss. The final culture we want to talk about is a flexible culture. Where it is necessary, when it is necessary, changes are made in order to improve safety. Where the organization is constantly looking for better ways to work safer. Where the status quo is not considered an option in the quest to lower errors. Where there is a chronic unease that despite all efforts, human errors will still occur.
Please round up.
So yes, I'm running up. So in summary, if you took note of the earlier picture posted, you see this aircraft, before it took off, the maintenance engineer forgot the torch at where the aircraft ties up. And when it took off, what do you think is going to happen? There's definitely going to cause a clash. So would you say that the engineer when he remembers, should clearly say that, I forgot the torch lights? Will he be honest? Or when he's not honest, will there be a risk? Would you say he's reckless? I'm sure later on, videos by that I wanted to show will suffice, will have summarized everything. So this is an end to the discussion. At this point, that passengers are always right. So in the aviation industry, the passenger safety is of paramount. And so when some of this safety culture and safety measures are applied in our homes, in our institutions, as individuals, it will help a lot. Thank you.
Engineer Azed Boache, thank you very much for the presentation on safety. He talked a lot about safety culture, the definition of safety, why it is important. Though it's linked to aviation because that is where he works, but safety applies to all of us at home, in school, in the workplace, even on the road. Anywhere you find yourself, safety is applicable. So for the students, I want one person who can give us a summary of his or her understanding on safety, what you've heard so far, and in your own understanding what safety is. Any volunteer? Let me give it to the young man. Come. Introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Michael Akosiyabua from Mass Technical University, the president of the Ghana Institute of Engineering Student Chapter. So regarding safety, I want to thank you for the opportunity. On safety, I heard that when it comes to safety, money shouldn't be on top. Safety should always be the priority in our works. We cannot just use money and say that because of our profits or for our pockets, we are going to disregard safety because we are going to more or much if an accident is to occur. So we should always put safety or make safety as our priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. Safety is a priority. It is. Your profit should not take precedence over safety. Because if you make all the profit and you sustain injury, you wouldn't enjoy the profit you have made. Any other volunteer? I want from the students. Yes. We want to bring it down for everybody to understand. Everybody to understand what safety means and its importance in our daily lives.
I'm also Adepa, KNUST student of Wasi campus, a civil engineering student of. What I heard about safety is we shouldn't be ignorant of the little thing. We should always take into consideration everything that comes to accident. Typical example is the structure which collapsed at Ofanko. Maybe you might think that it is costly in terms of giving the contract to a proper engineer to construct, a qualified engineer to construct the structure. Meanwhile, if you should have involved much money in building the structure, you wouldn't have wasted it, or it might even cause loss of life if just in case people were to be found in the building. So in terms of safety, you should prioritize safety over any amount of money which will be involved in it. Thank you.
Your name again, Adepa, right? Thank you very much. I believe we can all relate to the recent building collapse. Imagine if, there were people in the building, the casualties. It was terrible. It could have resulted in that accident, resulted from compromises on standards. Okay, so the civil engineers will tell us that the foundation, the depth of the foundation determines the height of the building, the weight. If there were compromises, you can't replace life. You want to, find shortcuts, cost of material. You want to reduce the size of the iron rods, because the bigger the cross-sectional area, the higher the cost, so that you can make some money. At the end of the day, you are subjecting lives to danger. So safety is very, very important. Do we still have Engineer Wachi online to answer questions?
Yes, please, I'm here.
It's online.
Yes, I'm here.
So at this point, we will open the forum for questions, so that, or contributions, not just questions. If anybody has a question. Yes, microphone. You introduce yourself and make it very brief.
My name is Welbe Kopoandu from the Building and Road Research Institute. Thank you for the presentation. I want to ask which of these cultures, there are 6 in all, and the elaboration was more on the just culture, but in your opinion, which of these cultures should be best practice, especially in the aviation sector?
So thank you so much for your question. So if you took notice, I mentioned that just culture is the foundation of the 6. So the other 5 sit on the just culture. So just culture is actually what is being practiced in the aviation industry. And as the years go by, all these other cultures, you somehow find it somehow revolving around just culture. So yes, just culture is what is being practiced.
Are you okay? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Wachi. Any other question, comment, contribution to the presentation? We are okay. All right, in the absence of any further questions, we will proceed to the second presentation. There's a hand here. All right, microphone. Let's give opportunity to our students.
My name is Nano Sama Kwabwa, and I want to ask about when he was explaining the safety culture, he made mention of HF system. What is that about? HF system.
HFC,
HF
HF
system. Yes.
system. Engineer watching. Engineer watching, are you online? He will be in the best position to answer the question. Is it gone? Okay, so we've taken note of the question, okay? You'll get a response. Okay, so we will also give opportunity to those online to ask the question. I've been informed one of those online want to ask a question. Please proceed.
All right, very good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much. Please, am I audible? Please, am I audible?
We can hear you.
Yes, you are.
All right, thank you. My question had to do with the just culture that my senior colleague made mention of. I wanted to understand whether the just culture actually within the environment of practice would mean that if a pilot, air traffic controller, and air traffic safety engineer like himself commits a professional
Hello, Bismarck. Can I be heard? Engineer Watching here.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yes, I think I have an idea the question he was asking. So to the first question about the HF, you know, when you look on the electromagnetic spectrum, we have from the very low frequency, the higher frequency. So the higher frequency is the acronym for HF, from 3 to 30 megahertz. And you know, the lower the frequency, the lower the bandwidth. But the advantage is that communication using HF can go very far. VHF, that's very high frequency line between 30 to 300 megahertz, is where we find our FM, 88 to 108 megahertz. Advantage is that clarity on this communication frequency band is very clear. But on the HF, it is not clear at all. It is accompanied by a lot of noise. So imagine that on the ground, if let's say an FM station in Accra, say Peace FM, wants to do a broadcasting using HF, it means when you tune into it, you can't hear anything. But the advantage is that on the HF, it can go very, very far beyond even Ghana. So in the aviation industry, during communication between the air traffic controller and the pilots over the vast sea, it is difficult to put on the ground VHF transmitters, receivers to communicate. So then the only means to communicate with them is to use HF. And like as I said, in the past, the technology still came with its associated background noise. And so when they are communicating, there has to be a lot of repeats. The phraseology, the usage of the English language in a proficiency in aviation becomes a drawback. And so when you are being instructed to go left, there's a difficulty even the pilot even to be here to say left, and if they do something else, and that causes a hazard. Now, with the training on the new HF system and continuous training on HF, pilots have become somehow adepts to still be able to get some clarity of understanding amidst the background noise. But with the modern HF, that uses the double sideband suppressed carrier in its modulation. When during communication, we are able to somehow get a much clearer communication, as it were, during selective calling, as if it is communication over VHF. And so there is a bit of clarity in communication. And as I also mentioned, there's another system called the CPDLC. That one is like the use of the WhatsApp. You know, in olden time, we use text messages in texting, but now on WhatsApp, you can add video, you can add multimedia for short. So in the CPDLC, where it is so difficult to communicate even through the HF, pilots who log into country systems that have the CPDLC through the ADFC or B in place, especially the ADSC, we are able to now communicate by text to receive instructions. Now, my colleague was asking about the just culture. What if a pilot or air traffic engineer deliberately makes a mistake? You should remember, I asked in the just culture, the degree of discipline should be centered around questions that must be asked to get clarity. Just a brief, there are about 6 questions that I asked. So if he took notes critically, I think he would have gotten his answer from there. You can see me later for clarity on that. I see also in the chat room.
Is that watching?
Yes, please. Yes,
Is that watching?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Over
Thank
to
you
you.
very much.
Over
Thank
to
you
you.
very much. We will have to move to the next presentation. So thank you for the presentation and response to the questions. I think we have sat for a while, so we give ourselves some 3-5 minutes to stretch, okay, and then and come back for the second presentation. It's only natural, okay? When you sit for too long, the second presentation may not be able to go down well. So, Engineer Alberta, while you prepare, we give you opportunity to everybody here to stretch, and it's also an opportunity to interact, okay? At least know the name of one person. Somebody you meet outside here and you'll not say, excuse me, as if I've met you before, but you'll be able to mention the name straight. All right.
So the title of the presentation is Innovation and Inclusivity in Engineering Teams. We know that as engineers, we work in teams. We don't work in silos. So how then do we ensure that there is diversity and inclusivity in our teams? When we do that, we also foster creativity. And that is what this presentation will dwell on. I'm waiting for the slides to be shared so that we can all follow.
While we wait for the slides, in the course of Engineer Bedu's presentation, he talked about the relocation of a plant from Abuaze, and somebody asked, when will it be in Kumasi? And he said it's already in Kumasi. The significance or the importance of that plant, which he led until just some few weeks back, is that Kumasi has always received power from remote locations, right? So power consumed in Kumasi and its environs come from Abuaze, Takrade, Abuaze, Akusumbo, Akusi. So what it means for those of you who still remember your physics, electricity transmitted through conductors, and they have their own resistance, right? So we have a formula, we say the longer the length, the higher the resistance. So by the time you transmit electricity from Akosombo to Kumasi, there will have been some voltage drops. And we will have to improve it by installing devices such as capacitor banks. But when we have the generator right here, it's close to the load. So we are going to have improved power quality. And that is what we are going to enjoy when that project is completed. So for those of you who don't know much about that project, Kumasi is going to have a source of generation in addition to the Akosombos, the Akusis, and the Akwazi. Thank you very much.
Yeah, now the slides are ready, so we can go. Yeah, so the picture you see there is a team who was selected by my company, ECG, to go for training by the engineering industry. That's USAID facilitated program. We had other West African countries presenting their teams. And so that is one of the discussions we had to brainstorm to find ways and means to bring the gender gap. As we proceed, you will get to know why it's necessary for us to do so. So we'll look at the introduction and why diversity. Why are we talking about diversity now? In the current state, we'll look at some few statistics and what is the meaning of inclusion. I mentioned inclusivity. We'll define what it is, and we'll look at the barriers to inclusion. Then we'll look at some local and foreign case studies that highlights the importance or the benefits of inclusivity and diversity. Then we'll see strategies that we can adapt to foster inclusivity and diversity. We'll conclude, and then there'll be a call to action for each and every one of us present here. Innovation. This key term has been spoken a lot about this morning because it is included in the theme for this AGM. So when you talk about innovation, what comes to mind? Well, innovation means that you come up with new ideas and solutions to existing problems, and you do that creatively. And then inclusivity. When we talk of inclusivity, what it means is that you value and then you engage diverse opinions or perspective in a team. As I said earlier, for engineers, we work in teams. And so when you have a team, you make sure that everyone's voice is valued and respected. When you do that, then you are engaging in inclusivity. Yeah, innovation and inclusivity are very important because the two together foster creativity, collaboration, and ultimately ensures success. Okay, good. So why are we talking about diversity this morning? Why are we talking about diversity? When we have inclusivity or diversity among our teams, we are able to get diverse perspective. And that means that because we have different people from different backgrounds and experiences, we get a wide range of viewpoints, and these can help us to discover new solutions, insights to our problems. And then also, because there is diverse view, we have enhanced problem-solving skills. Yes, because everyone is different and each individual is unique, they are able to approach problems from various angles, and it helps us to have a more comprehensive and effective problem-solving skills. Then also, diversity leads to increased creativity. As I said earlier, when people with diverse opinions, they collaborate, they work together as a team, they are able to bring new and unique special ideas to spark creativity, and it will help us to even go beyond our boundaries. It also leads to improved decision-making. And in the end, when we embrace diversity, engineering teams, we can tap into benefits and achieve greater success. So diversity in engineering has historically been a challenge, especially with underrepresentation of women. This is not the first time. It's been with us for some time, and especially with certain minority groups. But these disparities also vary from region and then the type of engineering. But we have some common challenges among these disparities, and that's what we will talk about. But before that, let's look at the current state. I try to use a very local one so that we can all relate with. Currently in ECG, we have a total population of 2,000, no, this is not updated, 3,000 technical staff. And out of this 3,000 technical staff, the female technical staff, we are only 160. And so that represents 4.43%. So just think through it. We have 4.43% of our technical staff being female. I happen to be the only female technical staff in my region, a region of not less than 300 staff. So you can imagine and appreciate the depth of this problem that we have. And then when we talk about our own institution, Ghana Institution of Engineering, and I checked from the website this morning, we had a total membership of 4,337 who are in good standing. And then for wine, we have about 580. This even includes those who are not in good standing. And that gives us about 13.37%. So can we say that this team or group is diverse? Are we practicing inclusion in here? I leave you to ponder over the answer. So the ladies you have there, ECG has consciously embarked on certain efforts to close the gender gap. And so these ladies were mentored, and we gave them internship opportunities. And after that, we also gave them employment opportunities. So they were going on their usual rounds or rotation. They were with our control engineer, Engineer Annabelle. That's what you can see in there. I just wish we could have this number of ladies among us. But when I look, I scan through the room, I can barely count. We are less than 10 women in here, and that is very bad. So please, especially our men, we call on you all to take action. We'll get to that slide. But for now, what does it mean when we talk of inclusion? For inclusion, it means that there should be equity. And what does it mean to have equity? We should provide equal access to resources, opportunities, and career advancement for all our team members, irrespective of their background, their age, their gender, or whatever. So do you say that if you are in a team, you say, oh, because this person is a woman, I'm not going to give her this opportunity? I remember a colleague experienced this. She had enough experience with a project management organization to be a team lead. But the supervisor or the team lead said that, oh, because she's a woman, he doesn't think that she has enough capabilities to lead. And when it happens like this, it's very worrying and discouraging. When we talk of inclusion, it also involves respect. How do you treat your team members? Do you accord them the necessary respect, dignity, and do you value their unique experiences and perspective? Each and every one of us, no matter the number of years of experience that we have, we still have unique experiences. So please don't look down on any member in your team, especially in your engineering team. Do you engage in open communication? Do you encourage open and honest or transparent communication among your team members? If you do, then you are engaged in inclusion. Is everyone's voice heard, or are others marginalized or sidelined? And then do you have a supportive environment? You need to create an environment where every member will be free to bring on board his authentic self to work. Everybody should be happy when coming to the work environment because he knows that he or she is being valued there and is not going to be discriminated against. And then lastly, when there is inclusion, there is collaboration. So when we collaborate among ourselves, it leads to teamwork and the various viewpoints that we have. It contributes to creative problem solving and innovation. Well, we looked at the statistics. So then what could be the cause of these barriers to inclusion? Or what are the barriers to the inclusion? Why are we having that very poor statistics out there? We have biases and stereotypes. I remember when I was newly employed in ECG and I was being introduced to the team, someone said, so what it meant was that that field is not conducive for women. There were some, let me leave it out. That was not conducive for women, but is that not a bias? We've been able to sail through. Look at our engineer, Sophia here. I think when she was being introduced, you listened to her profile and were you not out? So if she's been able to do it, why then do you look down on any other female in your team? Why do you refuse to assign them certain responsibilities because you feel that, oh, she might give excuses? Please give her the opportunity. Give her the chance to prove her worth. There is also lack of representation. So as I spoke with the statistics, yes, I remember ECG management approaching the wine executives that they are going to employ, and then they are going to ensure that there is 50-50 intake. And here we were looking for the females to employ, and we couldn't get them. So it starts right in our schools. And I'm very happy. The last time I joined the program in Karen University here, and it looks like the number of females intake in the engineering field is increasing. And so there is hope. There is also lack of accessible resources. In our control rooms and other offices, we don't have changing rooms for females. When I had to move to our workshop, there was no washroom for me. So I had to use the washroom with the men. Can you imagine? I had to fight before because I was the only woman. How can we give you one washroom to yourself when there are about 100 other males around? But I had to fight for my rights, and I had it. So some of these things make the engineering field very unattractive to females. And then there is unconscious bias in hiring and promotion. Sometimes you are given certain excuses. Typical example is what I gave of a colleague. In fact, she was so demoralized and discouraged. We had to talk to her, psych her up. And some of these things can be emotionally draining. And there is also ineffective communication, especially when it comes to our parents. I've had the opportunity to engage with a lot of girls who are interested in pursuing courses in the engineering field, but their parents tell them that no, this is not a field for ladies, it's for the guys. They discourage them, and it's because they are not educated enough. So we need to embark on our public education. So the outreach programs, please let's try and include our parents. They are very key stakeholders when it comes to inclusion or pursuing inclusion in the engineering field. And some people are resistant to change. I remember when I was made a unit head, the men had issues. They didn't understand why I should be the head. When they are at home, they are controlling their wives, and they come to the office and want to be their head. But it is about time we accept change, that things are changing. Women are now becoming very, very formidable, or a force to deal with when it comes to the engineering field. So please, let's accept this change and embrace it. So that is a team, this is the team from Liberia in the USAID program. I was very impressed. See, it is gender balanced. And you can see that, yes, they are practicing inclusion in their team. Please, can you change it from your end? I'm having challenges with. Hello? The battery has run down. The light is not. Okay, good. So now let's look at some local and foreign case studies to back our claim for inclusion. I spoke about ECG. ECG has made conscious efforts to break the gender gap. Even with that, we still see the statistics, right? So imagine the other organizations that are not consciously trying to bridge the gap. Can you imagine the kind of statistics we will have in there? So with ECG's Gender and Social Inclusion Initiative, we've launched a program that is aimed at increasing diversity and inclusion of our engineering teams. So provide unconscious bias training to employees, and we set diversity targets. And the outcome is that now we have improved efficiency and work output by diverse team. And we also focused on inclusion, which has led to innovative solutions like smart metering. And I'm proud to say that the general manager who led this team was a female engineer, Sarah. She was general manager, metering and technical services. She initiated all these projects, and we have improved project management skills. ECG undertake a lot of projects, and we have a lot of females engaged in the project management teams. And because of the inclusion, we are able to improve on our project management skills. Then we can talk about Airbnb's Project Lighthouse. With this project, it was aimed to combat discrimination on its platform by increasing transparency and addressing biases. And the positive outcome is that it's resulted in a fairer and more inclusive practices for the host and guests. I'm sure some of us have heard about Airbnb. Please. No idea? Wow. Okay. Airbnb is more like it's into real estate. Sometimes when you go out, you can, if you are traveling for a program, you can rent an apartment for you for the period that you're staying. Yes. And then to make sure that you are comfortable and you don't incur much loss. And then we have Google's Diversity in Tech initiative. I'm sure we all know about Google, and they've implemented various programs to ensure diversity and inclusion in their engineering workforce. I can speak to this because I've been a beneficiary of one of their initiatives. I am remarkable. They provide resources for the underrepresented group. So in this case, the female engineers or the female technical staff, and they also support diversity-focused external organizations. So in Ghana, we've collaborated with them on such objectives, and the outcome has been that there's been increased representation of women and other underrepresented minorities in their technical roles. And there's been improvement in diversity of their leadership teams, which has impacted positively on their decision-making and innovation. So then, now that we know the problem at hand, how do we foster inclusivity? How do we ensure that if we don't have the same number of females in our team, at least that gap is bridged or reduced drastically? We need to embrace diverse hiring practices. Yes, so someone recommended that we can even do anonymous hiring. So that the person's name, age, and those things do not show. Age might be, but the person's name and gender might not show. We only look at their competencies in order not to be discriminatory. We also need to provide training and awareness programs. As I said, most people are not aware or do not want to accept the fact that women can also succeed in the engineering field. We need to create the awareness. And we need to develop inclusive leadership skills. There are some leaders of teams who make women feel very uncomfortable and unwelcome in their teams. When we give them the necessary training, they are able to lead their teams successfully and ensure that there is inclusivity. We also need to support employee resource groups. We should conduct regular diversity and inclusion assessments. Then we need to promote inclusive language and communication. Yeah, our official language is English, but because we want to foster diversity, if we see that there are some members in our team who are not very conversant in the English language, can we change to their local language to ensure that their views are heard and also taken into consideration? We need to adapt benefits and policies to accommodate diverse needs. So as I said, now ECG is ensuring that all our control rooms and our offices have changing rooms for females and washrooms for females. And that is very welcome. We need to also celebrate diversity and cultural differences. So if you are in a team and you are this kind of person who always wants your countryman to be in your team, please, we need to embrace diversity. Let's be transparent and hold our leadership accountable for any act of biases that we see around. Then, in conclusion, we've seen that it's very clear that diversity and inclusion are very essential for success and innovation of engineering teams. So diversity alone is not enough. We need inclusion as key to unlocking the full potential of every member in our team. And we've already discussed the benefits of fostering inclusion. That helps us to attract top talent and increase employee satisfaction, in the end, enhancing innovation. So the call to action, I encourage each and every one of us to take action. Please think in your own small way. What role can you play to encourage a female in your team to be very hardworking and not to give up? So whether you're a team member, you're a manager or a leader, you can contribute to a more inclusive engineering environment. And you can start by educating yourself about unconscious biases and actively engaging them. Are you the type that make very subtle comments about women to show that the working environment is not welcoming to them? So you need to also engage in open conversations about diversity and inclusion within your team. Let the others know that, no, this is our policy, or biases and bullying is not welcomed in this team. We need to advocate for inclusive hiring and promotion practices and support diversity initiatives that have been in our organization. Okay, so if you have any questions or comments, this is the time you can freely ask or share. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ginabeta. Inclusivity, innovation and inclusivity. We have our young ladies here, and you want to make a comment? Okay, just a minute. Well, I think we have to make it clear that if we allow the women to come into the fold, it helps us. So I have experienced the leadership of a female in an engineering assignment, and I was amazed at the output. The notion or the idea of, oh, this is a preserve of men, it's gone. So there must be a deliberate effort. Gridco and other utilities are participating in what I will call the engendering utility. Yes, and it's a deliberate effort we are making to ensure that females are given the opportunity to express themselves and make contributions, very meaningful contributions in the area of engineering. So at this point, we will open the floor for questions, contribution to Engineer Alberta's presentation. Yes, Engineer Abrabi.
Thank you. Yeah, wonderful presentation. Yeah, it comes so natural when it comes to bullying of women at the engineering field. Yeah, men will always want to have their way. But one thing I've observed is that the women themselves, they don't help matters. When it comes to other conversations, they are quick to react. But when it comes to real engineering aspects, they are quiet, although they have a lot of things in them. I always encourage the few ones that come on intention to actually bring what they have on board. And if you're able to polish yourself, it will come to a point whereby the men will come to you, because we need solutions to the problem. And you seem to be stuck in that field. For instance, let's talk about contractors. Every problem around contractors you are able to solve. So they will come to you. At times they really beg you, Charlie, and they would invite you to be in their teams. So try to not to shy out from those things. Put yourself in them. I mean, bring your ideas. It would surprise you when when we go to the field. Normally, I ask them, this is what we come to do. Let's share our ideas and what they bring on board. But if you don't ask them, they will keep to themselves. So I beg you, I'm pleading with you. Try always to bring what you have on board, and we will respect you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't be shy. If you have any idea, feel free to express it. Yeah, Engineer Afriva.
Okay, mine will be on the deliberate efforts ECG is doing. You come here, KNUST. It's like family and friends. You see a lecturer, the wife is an administrator, the kid is trying to be a lecturer. What is ECG also doing? Because most of you, your kids are doctors, lawyers. I even believe, Alberta, how deliberate are you putting your kids in engineering?
And other stakeholders. So I think it's something we've considered, and thank you for notifying us. We'll work harder on it. Thank you.
I didn't get your comments there.
No, what he's saying is now, you see, there are deliberate efforts by, yes. For instance, you are an engineer, so you should make sure that your words, at least you have one or two who become engineers. Yes, doctors. How about engineers? Are we pushing our words to be engineers? Okay.
I don't know about other places. I mean, it depends on the profession, but where I am, most of my senior colleagues have engineer, daughters and sons. Most of them. So I think it comes natural, except if the emphasis is on the females, I understand. But for the men, most of them have sons who are following after the footsteps of their.
And the very few females we have, we've made great impacts. Some of the staff work to us. please, I want you to mentor my child. And we have a lot of them. There are some who are now even about to do their national service. So I think it's a gradual process. We'll get there.
Okay, and just to add to that, recently we had about 20 engineers. And as part of the mentorship, we assigned a group of 2, 3 to senior engineers to ensure that they have somebody they look up to, and if they have any challenge, they go to the engineer to help them resolve it. That's, a deliberate effort to, create a room for them to be able to grow. Because if you don't have somebody you can look up to, and there are challenges, you keep it to yourself, it will be difficult for you to be the best that you can be. Right.
Yeah. So my name is Naomi Yankee. I'm the secretary of Obuasi branch, Obuasi chapter. Right. Okay, so thank you for the excellent presentation, and I want to contribute towards what engineer said. My daughter is 8 years old, and she started talking about becoming a medical doctor. And I am a mining engineer, so I just stopped that. I told her, no, you are going to be a mining engineer. And I made a conscious effort. I take her through what I've been doing at work, and she started developing the interest. So normally when I close from work, we have a chit chat about 30 minutes. Then I take her through what I did for the day. So I saw that she was gradually developing the interest. Then when I stopped, she would come and say, Mommy, today you didn't take me to what you did at work today. So then I would go over and teaching her. So I think we can do that. Normally we do organize outreach programs for Obuasi Setek, trying to bring on board female. We try to explain to them what we are doing at work, and we are even trying to organize a program a day at AGA Engineering, so that they will have a feel of exactly what we are doing, what you do as an engineer. Yeah, so these are some of the things that we can put in place to bring our females on board. Thank you.
First. So there was this daughter of one of our casual workers, a very brilliant one. Everyone knew she had interest. She said she wanted to be a medical doctor. And here she put in her application. She's SSC graduate. And she applied for engineering course. So all my colleagues, hey, how were you able to do it? You've been able to persuade and convince this lady to change, and now she wants to pursue electrical engineering. So we are doing it, but it's a gradual process. Maybe a lot of them might not be obvious. And we have a lot of senior management, walls of senior management who are also engineers working with us. So maybe the information is not out there, but we are doing our best.
I think we can bring question and answers on presentation number 2 to a close, so that we can, you want to make. Oh.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I said I wanted to sound a little controversial, but she has, directed my part. I think that our challenge as engineers is paying attention to our profession, and making it attractive. We are so much interested in the work we do and not promoting what we do. Do we understand? Yes. We are very much interested in what we do, but we don't promote what we do. Let me just give you a story. I always give this scenario. 3 people, a priest, a lawyer, and an engineer, they were going to be killed by a guillotine. And the priest was first, they put his head on the guillotine board. The equipment came and then it stopped in the middle. So he said, because he prayed, God saved him. So they let him go. And then the lawyer also came, the equipment came and hanged. So they let him go. And then when the engineer got to his head, he said, oh, I've seen the problem. So he fixed it. And then they put his head there and they chopped it. Do you understand? He was so much interested in fixing. but he wasn't interested in himself. So we need to promote our, you understand? So they'll tell, the benefits of doing science, let people understand it, let people understand what it means to be an engineer and what you can do. I always say that for me as an engineer, I can do everything. A lawyer cannot do everything. Sorry, there's a lawyer here. Do you understand? But from my training, I can go into law, I can go into accounting, I can go into anything. But it's not the same crossing over. It means we are special. You understand? But we don't, communicate this enough to people. So doing science is how would I put it, Grab? If you do science, it means that you have been put on a certain pedestal where you can do anything at all in this world. You can branch into any field. You understand? Any field at all you want to go into after you finish your whatever, you can go into any field. That is what science or STEM is. So if we're encouraging the young ones, encourage them in this direction. Now, if you do science, if you do mathematics, biology, chemistry, whatever, you are put on a certain pedestal where you have no end in how you can innovate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think he has said it all. If you do engineering or science, you can do anything, but not the other way around. A group of us had our MBA program, Masters in Public Administration at Gimba. And it was a combination of engineers and those with administration background. But it was amazing. The engineers were beating them. So what it means is that you can easily switch, but those with other disciplines cannot easily switch. So let's take advantage of this huge opportunity we have. On that note, we will proceed to presentation number 3. Presentation number 3 is on the theme Innovation and Entrepreneurship in Craftsmanship. And to lead the presentation is Engineer Hans Addo. It's an evening? Right. Please, pardon me, Engineer Richard Adakwa will do the presentation. A round of applause.
I stand on all existing protocols. My name is Adakwa Richard. I am a craftsman. I belong to one simple company called Great Engineering Services. And we have been in operation for almost like 23 years now. I went through a training, which is apprenticeship, for 5 years. Then I've been working from that time till now. We render services for some of the mining companies because we do electrical motor rewinding and other aspects. I am also currently the executive representative for Craftsmen in GHI. And I am pleased to lead this presentation on innovation and entrepreneurship in craftsmanship. Na abusia yinina yindi metiacho ho brofuye yetpa, but I know I know it's a student students from the second cycle from the universities, and we have our professional engineers. First time, I'm ready kind say AGM. Now you were a large number of craftsmen. I think we deserve a hand of applause. And we are not here to add up the numbers. For that one, that is not our option. We are here to make impact through empowerment under any circumstance and on any level. Craftsmen are or my na oshe dwumadie no ade atoso a unu se eyade a ewo daach na wani daso if se unni ani daso a wani nje daach if ani daso na owo no ene be mu apre daach nti se wani nna hwe so a na ne de na okopre nti enam se ye wani daso nti ye na ye se kwan a ye be fa so a ye be ben anasi ye be duru ye daach ho ne ye se ye innovative na yedi yehura entrepreneurship. If you say meaning say craftsman is the practice, is a practitioner, and craftsmanship is a practice. Near all my craftsmanship near craftsman. If you want to aid and strengthen the craftsmanship, you should find the practitioner. And you must locate him. Find his state of being and ask him, how have he been able to survive without your innovation? That is tactical. If you say, schedule the fresh air, craftsmen are all often it becomes the same room. You can talk of scientific journals and systems and arrangements and all engineering arrangements. Assuming we have no idea about it. So, how are you able to survive? On what? Is it on ignorance or inspiration? So the question that you can ask yourself is, okay, fine. The craftsmen have been in existence for a long period of time, as old as you can ever think of. So what is keeping the craftsmen? With all these new principles and engineering arrangements and protocols and modules, you ask yourself, how have you been able to survive? So that means there is an inspiration connected to the craftsman, which need to be explored. Because maybe you can be a professional engineer, you have not been hired, or you don't have a job. The craftsman who, vis-a-vis with no education, have a job. And that same person is feeding not himself, but family. Not only family, but they've been able to adopt some people through training. Then you ask yourself, who is the professional here? So there should be
vis-a-vis a collation and collaboration where we can learn from each other, because they say iron sharpens iron. But if you sharpen your iron and you take it to your room, you can't cut anything. Hello? Let me say this. If all this while, your cars and your buildings, all your electrical works and repairs and other stuff have been in the hands of a craftsman, quote and unquote, with unprofessional skill and practices, but yet still you are safe. And I wonder how safe you will feel, or the word will be, if craftsman is exposed to the right practice through modern technology and information. May confirm. And say, enfie bebre echemuko. Obetimi aye ni opese oye bia, say oye lawyer, say now we are engineer, so oye mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, any form of engineer. But ufie oka onkonya enyoma oye nyina no ekowura craftsmen ensem wabra yemfa ne se onim ade ne foundation ne mom ade no nyina so pa yese eye professional no onim, but what me trust no with all your thousands of dollars and your life investment in buying a car, when it's at fault, you take it to him. And you're all right. It's not me busa say. And he said, Nyamiya dum na sa nipa ya na onim wo suahu e want tie mu. Na mom suahu no wo enkatasem ne nimdiesem a wanim oni. Na nyamiya na dum na se wo boa ana ye boa na wonya sa suahu sonkono eka nya wonim ba oda no anasa woni ni adwuma bom a bibia kusum se obekum anasa obese wo na wo oso nim dia ne wosra wonim se sei ne no eko how safe you feel. You'll be extremely upright without it. So, innovation is important. Limitations under any circumstance can be either positive or negative. Let me just go through this once and do justice to it. But limitation of the mind's ability is worse than being in the most dangerous prison in the world. I said, and this is all anybody's going to. Limitation under any circumstance can be either positive or negative. But limitation of the mind's ability is worse than being in the most dangerous prison in the world. Why? Because it stops the mind's ability to think and make the right decision. When your mind is limited, it stops your mind's ability to think. One, you lose your sense of thinking. When you lose it, you can't make decisions. And life is all about decision making. So if you lose your sense of thinking, it means you have lost your genre of making decisions. And somebody will control you because someone will be in a position of making decisions for you. Then you will follow. Because the human body is said that it is always ready for actions. And when action is ordered, then your system will follow. So, say wajene oma emuabiem. limitations bemwa. Adie yeni. It is say wow do to prison. Now ukra keys to your freedom. Limitation of the mind is like personally putting yourself in the prison and still holding on to the keys. That can lead to your freedom. That's why we need to open up as craftsmen to a new culture and a new tradition called innovation and right practices. Nisenti, Enna, I was saying na ya boa, any mean you are not craftsmen for say, yes, say, culture is a way of life. And we are living culture. That means we can be predicted by our culture and our tradition. So if someone wants to affect you and take control over you, he will go straight to your traditions and culture. That is why when you go to the Saudis, they are waiting and doing all they can, not for the Western or the Europeans to affect how they build their children. It doesn't matter how they try. Then you can call it whatever you want, but they will not allow. Because when your culture and your tradition is touched and screwed, you are finished. A baby say, "Kwaya inya get to anymore." But what about kwaya no? Say you didn't know one name. Kwaya no good at that. Some Kainian said there is a new breed of culture and tradition that is called innovation and right practices. It's many craftsmen, any professional engineers, and students. Say yet me akra bibia betum sesem remu a ne sa tradition na yet me akra mana ya do some people so we yet the innovation akwan foforo bi sesa ye nadwene ene ye ntutu ye ne ye hyehyɛ ya ene ye menim de da ache ene na obetimi asinkete agina so akase ene me da ache eye kese if you say ne waye npo eyala na me aya adom. Now, a new technological system and principles and ways and modules. Nowadays, as I can't think far how best it can be. So me what I say, yen come for now. Obi here obi. If you say that's in obi answer. That's in what the ever winning. Into that in obi home. That's what I was saying. And eventually the meeting. With a message. Thought-provoking. Thought-provoking. Thank you very much, Engineer Richard Dapa. Wow, I believe we are all challenged as he went on with a presentation. Limitation in your ideas. If you have limitation, you will not be able to. You have keys to your freedom, but you'll be in prison. So let's think about it, ponder, and think of ideas, new things that will improve our lives and will make us contribute meaningfully to ourselves, our families, and the society. Next on the list is a presentation by the branch chair. And it's on the title Marine Entrepreneurship and Innovation with Engineering in Ghana. He's going to speak for just 10 minutes. And after that, there will be, you want to ask, kindly note it. We will combine the question and answer session with his. And then after that, there will be something to eat. Okay, we've been sitting for too long. So,
yes. So since we've been sitting for too long, can we stand up for a brief moment? Stand up for a brief moment. In fact, shift, stretch. Yes. Give your friend high five. Give your friend high five. Yes. Give your friend high five. Yes. All right. We can sit down. Thank you very much. I see somebody shaking his waist there. The waist is locked, but we are going to unlock it. Thank you very much. All right. So consider me a diversionary tact. We are organizing some very interesting things for us at the back. Right after me, we would take a few questions and then we'll sit down to lunch. And then please make sure that you network with somebody. All right. We have a lot of engineering professionals in our midst. We have some from Obuasi. We have some artisans in our midst, very great artisans. We have some students. Students, I expect you to network with all of these people. All right. Okay. So I just want to share a few thoughts, all right, about our theme. We are looking at innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering. And I want us to share some few thoughts on how we can combine. Okay, all right. Let me try. Tell the engineers this one is not working. So they will have to help me. Okay. Okay, so since it's not working, they want to make it work. So now they are the ones delaying, not me. You know, my little boy at home, he's now learning to talk. So when he misbehaves and you catch him, the first thing he says, you know me? And then he will point to somebody and says, Etayu. So after those one, you know me? Etaden. All right. Okay, so what we want to do is to look at how we can marry entrepreneurship and innovation in engineering, with engineering in Ghana. So what we want to say is that engineering and innovation and entrepreneurship signifies a certain synergy, all right? A certain synergy between the technical expertise and the problem-solving skills that we have, all right? And then we combine this with innovation. Innovation is the ability that we have to create new things. And you'll agree with me that these days a lot of things are coming up out of people sitting in their rooms and creating a lot of things. So that's innovation and business acumen and risk-taking. So when we talk about marrying these three, what we are talking about is putting all of these three together to make sure that it works for us and works for the country. It also signifies a deliberate integration of engineering skills, knowledge into the world of business and startups. Ghana is one of the places where we are having very interesting startups, but the rate at which our startups are growing is slow. It's slow. We need to also increase that. So here we are expecting that the engineers will not only create innovative solutions, but would drive their commercialization. I'll speak about that briefly. And what we are saying here is that when we have that union, it fosters a culture of innovation, all right? Where engineers identify real world challenges, we develop engineer solutions and then take the initiative to transform the solutions into viable business. So when you take something like Apple and Apple products, not the one we eat, started in somebody's room. All right. So let's look at how we can grow Ghana's economy. And before I talk about that, I want to talk about how innovation and entrepreneurship in engineering has benefited some countries. So when you go to the USA, we have very big companies there. All of them, or even most of them, were founded by individuals. We have Apple, we have Google, we have, Amazon, not Amazon. Amazon. In fact, the founder of Amazon, all right, these days what is happening is that everybody wants to go to space. If you can't go to space, you go to the edge of space and you land. And the price of going that 6-hour trip is $1 million, and people are paying $1 million. Now, when the owner of Amazon did that trip and came back. I don't know what came over him. He called people, 2 people, and gave them $100,000 each, free of charge. We need people like this right here in Ghana, who will go to the edge of space, and when they come, they'll call me. When they come, they'll call me. Yes. When you go to China, China has become a global leader. In fact, China knocked these doors for a very, very long time. And then they produced a lot of things. When you go to China now, they eat virtually everything. I was there. I enjoyed the food. In fact, I tried everything apart from the snake meat. That one I didn't try. But as for the frogs, they were on the table. And then, but trust me, you wouldn't see the frogs as they are. They've been well fried. You will enjoy it. You know, yes. And the food we are eating, a lot of the things we are enjoying all come from China, because the system enforced people becoming innovative. And I believe that we can do the same. And now China is the second largest economy. In fact, as a matter of fact, a lot of the wars we are seeing are not wars being fought with guns, but wars being fought based on the economies that the countries have. And we have Germany. When we talk about Germany, we can always align ourselves to good cars. Everybody wants to drive a Mercedes-Benz. Everybody wants to drive a BMW. And they have shifted the assembly plants to Ghana. So in Ghana, we are assembling BMW vehicles and other things. Thanks to we also assembling a few indigenous cars. When you go to South Africa, I'm told that the Fortuner was designed and manufactured in South Africa, and they use steel from South Africa to make those vehicles. Nigeria is becoming Africa's superpower when it comes to IT. Nigeria. And Nigeria, they call us brothers. So all this is pointing to the fact that if we decide to put these three together, Ghana's economy is likely to improve. So I decided to look up the nature of entrepreneurship and how it is going in Ghana. You would see that, let me see if this one works. Okay. All right, we'll see. Okay. All right, good. So this is sole proprietorship. This statistic is 2023. So as of 2023, we have people who have sole proprietors, all right, businesses registered in Ghana. This is about 6,000. Companies limited by shares is about 20,000. Companies limited by guarantee, these are NGOs, all right? They are about, say, 10,000. So it implies that entrepreneurship in Ghana is increasing. But the question is, where are these people? What's the background of these business people? And when you check, you realize that engineers are about 1 or 2% or 10% of the businesses we have in here. Now, engineering in Ghana. Oh, why are we laughing? I put him there for a reason. All right. So the statistic says that currently we produce about 6,500 engineers every year. 6,500. And the reason why I put Papa here, President Akufo-Addo here, is that he, in one of the his presentations, is saying that we need 30,000 engineers to be produced annually to be able to provide the desired socio-economic transformation we need. You know, the sad thing about our engineering is that when we produce the engineers and they go out to work, after a few years, they quit the engineering and they do a lot of other things. So we need to find ways to keep the engineers in here, to propel engineering startups to drive the economy. You know me? Oh, it has come. All right. So we must ask ourselves a question. Now we know that engineering is needed, entrepreneurship is needed. So what is stopping the engineers from starting the businesses? Here are a few clues. First of all, most engineers are engineering minded. Nothing else. No business knowledge. In fact, as a matter of fact, most tertiary institutions, you do about 1 year or 1 semester of entrepreneurship. I think that should be revised. That should be revised. So we need to, we lack the engineering business knowledge. And the solution is that we need to look at the business education. We need to look at it seriously. There is also risk aversion. That means that the engineers are afraid that when they start the business, it will fail. So we should start the business. They're afraid. So to resolve that thing, we need stronger network support. Then the other one is management. Engineers are really busy to be thinking about business. And I think that that's really bad, because I believe that if you actually started your business once you're working, when you go to pension, the business can continue. Then they believe that there isn't a lot of funding. Another problem they have is that they lack market validation. One big problem engineers have is that they can tell you and convince you that this thing works, but as to whether the customers need it, that's when they don't consider it. And that's often the problem. So engineers need to do a lot of good market research to be able to do that. And we have also scaling issues. Usually the things we have are prototypes, and we should be able to look at how we can scale it up. Then we have compliance issues. And then one big challenge I'm having with African engineers is that we are pursuing a lot of high tech, which is not appropriate for our environment. So take, for instance, I think one of the lecturers in KNUST developed a technology which can uproot cassava. I haven't heard of, I heard of it when I was here in KNUST in 1999. I heard of it at that time. I don't know where that technology is. We need technology which can help us on our rice farms. We don't have them yet. We need simple things like traffic lights which work in the absence of lights off or power cuts. We still don't have them. We need technologies which help us with flooding and all of those kinds of food processing. So it is good to be high tech, but we need appropriate technology. All right. So I looked at a few innovators in Ghana. All right. So we remember this guy. How many of us remember this guy? How many of us remember this guy? Oh, yes, yes. And we have one innovator here. One innovator, Engineer Rakubobi. Yes, 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 yes. I decided not to put him here because he was sitting right there. Yes, he's there, right there. He's innovated a lot of things. I have seen this other gentleman. In fact, he made all of this by himself. He made all of it. And he's Ghanaian. And he's Ghanaian. Yes. And this gentleman here, he's been making, this whole house is built with waste plastic. So he made waste plastic blocks and he built the house. In fact, the floor tiles, I'm sure, are also built with waste plastic. So we have a lot of innovators in Ghana, but trust you me, the business side is often lacking, and other support is also lacking. All right. So I talked about entrepreneurship education, and I'm saying that we need it because when we get it, it is going to foster innovation. When your eyes are open to the money side of your business, it will help you to innovate much, much better. It will also help you to understand how to commercialize your business. It's a different ballgame creating the object and a different ballgame selling the object. When we are able to improve on this, we'll create a lot of jobs. Like I told you, we have about 60,000 businesses, so we need some more. Ghana, we are saying we don't have a lot of jobs, but we do. Economic diversification, it will help us to compete globally, and then we can also attract investment. A lot of the innovations you see elsewhere, they got their money from elsewhere. So to do this, additionally, what we have to do is to value collaboration. So we have students here who can develop some few ideas, collaborate with the professional engineers, artisans can collaborate with professional engineers. I mean, a whole different level of collaboration can go on to make this happen. We also need to break our shell and attend network events and workshops. When we hear events coming up, we should be interested. We will learn new things. And we should also forge industry partnerships. One of the ways this thing can happen is that we can develop the business ideas and approach industries with them, and they would help. I actually put up this thing here to indicate that there's government policy on SMEs and how they can be assisted. Yes, so that one can also be explored. To end my presentation, I'm urging all of us to take that idea, whether it is great or small, all right? Nurture that idea and make it a point or decide to bring it to life. I'm also encouraging us to embrace the spirit of entrepreneurship and then turn the engineering brilliance we have into some tangible product, service, or business. And I want us to be able to bridge the gap between innovation and the marketplace. Let's not just create the technologies, but let's create business out of the technologies. And then the last thing I want to say is that we should collaborate, network. And for the big men and big women, please mentor the young ones. They are the future. If somebody said, thank you. She needs a mentor. So after me, please contact her and then mentor her. Okay, I would like to thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Marrying innovation, entrepreneurship with engineering. We have listened to the question and answer session will be combined. So we have Engineer Dapa, Engineer Ribeiro. If you have any question, either the one before Engineer Ribeiro or his own, please raise up your hand. You introduce yourself and proceed with the question. So, Engineer Ribeiro.
Thank you very much. I will start with our senior colleague. I don't know if he's still around. Yes, when he was talking about engineers highly concentrated on our field, the pastor, the lawyer, and the engineer. Yeah, it is very true. And then I will end with that of our brother, our engineer, Adapa. I went to Accra for a program organized by GIZ, this German foundation. And you know, the politicians were there. That was last week, Tuesday. And a man mounted the stage and he was saying all the negatives about the Ghanaian engineer. Oh, you have done well. In fact, you have been able to build this Veronica bucket. Oh, you got international recognition. Clap for them. He was mocking us, actually. Virtually, he was trying to tell everybody, the Germans were around, that the Ghanaian engineer knows only how to repair. And I was so sad, and my hand was up, even before his presentation ended. And I challenged him. And by this, at this juncture, I wish to plead with him, especially the younger generation, to enter into politics. If people don't understand our language, please try as much as possible to get there so that you understand that our policies and then inventions and everything die at the foundation stage. But when it gets there, they don't understand us. They don't want to push in money. And Legon was well represented, came well represented in the College of Engineering. And I was shocked to also hear that the budgetary allocation for this investment concerning research was very, very, very minimal, not to even talk about the technical universities. At a nutshell, what I want to say is that let's bring what we know best. Let's come out with our chest out. As it stands now, our artisans are able to design the machine for us. Even if you don't have a kid, you are not worried. You can do it yourself. Let's promote ourselves. Let's bring our things. I challenged the man and I told him that even as we speak, A man has been bedridden for about 3 years. His brother told me, and then told me, my brother is lying down. He has been bedridden for 3 years. I know you can do something for him. And I challenged myself. I gave myself a week. I designed something to support the spine. The day I gave the time to the man, someone he said, Minister Benante. And I told him, yes, you walk. I'm working seriously on the knee. And by the time I finish, the man is going to walk to the glory of God. And the needful, I'm challenging all of us. We have something unique within us. But politicians, but when it comes to engineering, your president shows something. The guy who designed this for hand sanitizing. A lot of people are doing things. Let's talk about Kantanta. Kantanta, you bring in about now, baby, what doing as and so artisans will have it. What's my guess? I'm going to give it anymore. Bring it out. Now you try to say you're going to promote 2 or more. Now I know that we are going to get there one day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Nanose Justice, a craftsman. I was discussing something with my brother here. My question cut across for those who are speaking and yet to come. If you look at our system in Ghana here, as our engineer said, it seems not working. Our lady who spoke was talking about the parents allow their wards, female, to join industrialization and those things. But if you look at the system here, it is craftsmanship and those things is for those who are unable to score in schools. And at the same time, if you have something in your mind on that sector, it seems you are not recognized. And so this question goes to, how are we going to let the system work? Because many students and other young people have mind of certain things. I remember some years I went to Poly and I met a man. They said they designed full machine earlier. They took it to China, produced from China and brought to Ghana. Just imagine. So how are we going to let the system work? If the system works, all these things will be solved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other contribution? Question? Are we okay? Yes. Engineer Dapa.
Mijit said, your area the last time I called meeting no me bosso na a comma minianum war SHS, the STEM no, and the minian more universities outdoor practice engineering. And he said, most of the times, Yabeka said, Ebia craftsmen, omonim dear war engineering no right practices no anyhow. But union more war universities outdoor, they have it, they are exposed to that brilliant information. Fine. Say craftsmen are here na anybody can invent, but it is not what the 2 engineering skills were zero, because it will fall within a blick or a strike. Being who invented, I think doesn't mean maybe it doesn't have scientific backing, just that you have the idea of creating it. But if they are to talk with the real science of one, in fact. And he said, craftsmen do baby. Now what's me pay the structure and what's me I get the idea. Can you stand the test of time? And that's who start who apply for here within the break. Then 1 week, 2 weeks later. Why they didn't step up to side? And he said, you know what's in my head. The mum dress and now what's going to be a baby. I tell you, me, my brother people say, maybe my brother and say, yeah, engineers are all back of the new ones. Yes, I say, go school, no, practicals. No more practicals, almost in school. And yeah, open China and open Ghana. So why can't we collaborate at the ground stage? Now, Sabi, university students, Emma Quine will call for other entrepreneurship, and I say internship now. One call the smaller places where he will be accepted to grow his or incubate his genuine idea with substance, where we can all grow and clean and polish something. It is a craftsman, they are doing PR. And you have they got to engineering skills so I could way because I've dreamed that. And say be air banner, Chinese. So we can go straight away and do this. They should be rich.
Thank you very much. I think we have said it all. We need that collaboration. I was very happy when the name Ghana Institution of Engineers was changed to Ghana Institution of Engineering. Prior to that, it was more like if you don't have a degree, then you are not an engineer. But that is not true. We have, people who have brilliant ideas. And as I said, if the collaboration starts from the very beginning, we will not finish the product before we start assessing it. Okay, all the corrections and inputs we need to make it an international product. Because mind you, the solution for a problem in another country is developed here. And when it gets there, they want to know the basis. What was the basis for developing that product? And in your absence, someone else can continue and even build on it. That is why engineering is for creative mind to solve problems. So we need that collaboration badly. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. I also would like to speak tree, so that many opinions so tree, so that the students at the maybe by my name some time ago, some career attachments. But you know about so title, so ECG. They were mentioning big companies. You know how I'm saying, Jack, I bet I'm join now. Monpe artisans in I'm joining all. The reason was this. Say ECG, a designer, they don't need you to be on board. Tylo team for designing will not include you. Major task, young for but then artisan or do be shady will say now those students are the council of Norm Kobai. One of them did a project, and thank God, National Sansu supervisory project, or a converter from 5 volts to 240 volts system. The question is, or then developers are transformer. So the idea is that, so you see USB connector, a produce high voltage system. No monitor, we say, how would it be like? And I haven't seen USB to 240 volt system before, but he has worked on it. But then also come out here or a rewinder, and see a building transformer. Interesting thing, or cover here, or also to me, yes, I did not call back to the oil rewinding. Rwanda and also knew how I build it from 5 to, because we used to pick up your output modulation and all the SRD. Only our concept. Now, when you went back, he's getting projects for the guy to build all kinds of converters for him. So you see how things are. So yeah, craftsmen are more important. They are very, very much important. And urban engineers as well will give you the concept that some of these high-tech things can be made possible. So the two are very, very important. You can't leave one and take one. To me, students here, Opano Kase, Opegrico, they say, Namutrasa. Me and coffee show will be or a general by hand. The ensure body will not call Greco. Not catch them and say, this is the skills you have. They will be interested in taking you. And also, the young ones, you see a pair, you see a experience. You don't need to be on big company to build your experience. Now, my students, this is how I teach them to build their CV. Obian creating the YouTube channel. All the work that you are doing is there. Explain big time on them. Having so we see, put all the links, you'll see, promote it. I have shown them how to promote on Facebook. Sometimes no want to be a $2 Facebook ad, no want to create some form B, no want to follow. Then you engage them with what we call mail, what email, you engage them. I'm telling you, by the time I'll be ready for business, a lot of companies will rush after you.
Right.
So take all this and note it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, man. Innovation and collaboration. Before we go for lunch, there's one Engineer Isaac Kweku, what watching online who wants to make a comment or ask a question. Please.
Okay.
Proceed.
All right. All right. Thank you. It is often said that change is good, but change is difficult. And especially when it's giving way to the new order. GHIE for some time back neglected our brothers and friends. But now we have come back to form partnership because they are very, very important friends. We can't leave them behind, and neither can we go forward without them. And so our friends from the artisans, be more positive, be more enthusiastic, be more encouraged. That we see you as our friends. We see you as our brothers, and we know that you friends know a lot that we can also learn a lot. Same way you can also learn a lot from us. For free, let's collaborate and let's do so many innovative entrepreneurship things that we can move forward. But one thing I want to use this medium to plead, especially our engineers in academia. One thing I have noticed is that when we come to the study of engineering, the core courses that makes one an engineer, usually there's a struggle in getting discrete laboratories. So, if we can begin to look at how those core courses, discrete laboratories, can be upgraded with modern, innovative ways of doing things, I'm sure that the new engineer will be more poised, be more confident, and will be more ready to look towards the future so that he will finish school and will not be at loss. Engineer Mankwa, thank you for encouraging our female engineers. Most often it is true, our female engineers are encouraged to do engineering. Some do it because they have been told to do it, and a lot of them fall away after school. But people like you are a motivation to our young ones. As discussed at management level, there are a group of young engineers, as we have discussed, that I will soon be handing you over. And I will be pleased so that you bring all the experienced female engineers on board so that we can mentor such ones to feed them into our engineering industries for continuity, so that our other female engineers will be, our female science students can be more encouraged to take up engineering courses. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a quick one. You know, they were talking about collaboration between the engineers and the craftsmen. I mean, it is real and it has to happen. We have to collaborate together. The craftsmen alone cannot work. The engineers alone cannot work. We have to work together as a team. You understand? And if you look at the LI for regulating engineering practice, you cannot even as a craftsman do anything without a license. Okay, and you need a supervising engineer to look at what you are doing, because we are supposed to work within certain standards and we are supposed to work within certain framework. So the time is coming that we are going to be forced to collaborate. But I don't want to use the words forced. At the moment, we need to collaborate if we have to. What we are discussing, innovation, if we don't collaborate, we cannot innovate. You understand? You can have all the ideas, but when it comes to cutting the sheet, it's a different ballgame. And that's where the craftsman comes in. He knows how to cut the sheet. But you, in your mind, you know how to, form the design. But how do you cut the sheet? And it's cutting the sheet that brings the check. Is that not it? Yes. So we need to collaborate. And I think what I will encourage the branch to do is going forward, let's encourage more of what my engineer did. He was speaking, the language that everybody will understand. You understand? If you want the craftsmen to be part of us every time, then let's go to their level. Let's not always think that it's only engineers that are in this room. No. Now the institution belongs to everybody. So let's break it down. Thank you.
And because we have to understand that fluency in English is not a measure of intelligence. Okay? Hey, you, Bruno. I feel now say, and go for more questions. Hey, Chair, please help me.
We are sorry about the time. We took a lot of time. I think that we have the AGM participants, which is going to last about an hour. So we have to terminate this and take the photos each group, and then we can come back with you, because otherwise we will take a lot of time. So please forgive us. We have a platform. Let's continue the discussion on the platform. I think it's a very interesting thing. And we also have general meetings. We can actually receive things. Thank you very much. Let's give ourselves a round of applause.
Well, thank you for the intervention, because I was getting confused. All right, so there's item 13, but before then there will be a photo shoot here. So before we close, Madam Chairperson will have to give her closing remark. So.
Okay. So first of all, let's clap for ourselves. I mean, we've done well. Sitting through to the end, it tells me that we are all engaged. So thank you very much. I'll just quickly go through some of the key points and then we'll close. So on the safety, even though it looks like it was aviation, but we can all apply it. He mentioned that we should have a framework for our own safety. Safety is our personal responsibilities as well as that of our employees. And so if you are here, whether you are a craftsman, an engineer, whoever you are, anytime you are going to do any job, just think of identifying the hazards and how to put in measures, to either eliminate or manage the hazard. So safety is very important. He also mentioned a framework for reporting the lessons learned. If you get any near miss, note it down so that you learn from it going forward. On diversity is the way to go. Sometimes it baffles me when it comes to investments. We are thinking of diversifying our investment. Maybe in power generation, in Ghana, we say diversify our mix. So you have hydro, you have thermal, you have renewables. But when it comes to teams, we don't want to diversify. That equation, I don't know how that works out, because we know that diversity is the way to go. There's so much to gain in diversity. So diverse groups, men, women, diverse age, and young and I say, we are all parts. So diverse beliefs. I don't have to believe in what you believe in. At the end of the day, I bring up my idea, you bring your idea. We respect each other, we respect every person so that we can all feel included. I think Engineer Alberta mentioned that we should feel included. Let's respect each other. And sometimes I hear that when you are looking for jobs, maybe the women are not there. Or please, if you have vacancies, if there's any opportunity, you're looking for women, you can't find them, reach out to me. The women are there. We have a women's group engineer. You can reach out to Engineer Alberta, she is here in the region. But when we have women in engineering, we can put it on our platform. The following day, you get a lot of applications. Please, the women are there. So let's not think that the women are not there. We are asking for spaces so that we can have a diversified environment. And speaking of the women being there, let me do just this one. Introduce my sweetheart, Augustina. Augustina, please get up and let's see you. She's a contractor. She does installations, wiring installations. So if you have such jobs, she's available. She employs men also. So it's not only women that she employs. And the next paper or the next presentation came from my sweetheart, Engineer Richard Adakwa. You know you're my sweetheart, right? He spoke on craftsmen. And he was speaking like a preacher man. And I could feel the vibe. But he made some poignant points that we should embrace technology. If you're a plumber and then you are going to trace faults, no need removing everything. If you can get a small device that you put on the line and to tell you where the leakage is, it saves you a lot of time. We can embrace technology in everything that we do. And when I started my speech in the beginning, I was mentioning the challenges, and it looks like I was mentioning the big obvious things, but there are some little things that we can commercialize, to gain value or to create value out of it. So please, let's innovate in anything that we are doing. Let's innovate and let's think expansion. Once you started your small, maybe you're a mechanic, 2 months now, one day, let's think of how do we expand this business. Maybe I have a garage. Maybe a car, be a very good repair car, maybe a garage or Santasi. But you may be okay UST Junction. And now, be about also I don't have to be there personally. I can employ people, teach them to be managing these areas. And you'll be surprised the sort of things that we can do. In Ghana, your problems in employment, also, but we should all help. Let's think expansion as well. And to be able to do all this, yati in some baby. Now, you bet me, we need, there are certain things that we need to develop. And I'm coming from a learning background as well. May maintenance and do my may branching into learning and development. See, I'm fully into people development. Into the things that we should be able to learn, research skills. It sounds like kakraka, but one say innovation, and one is finding new ways of doing, new and better ways of doing things. Today, be a menu to say, can I drink it? Can I find a better way of drinking it? And you'll be innovating and creating value out of it. And so to be able to find the problems, we need to develop research skills. So by your back, area, if you're here in Suya, so we here, baby. And then I met me, I am more, I'm not the mania check no kind. So research skills, let's develop that to identify the problem, and also problem solving skills and marketing skills. I think the branch chair mentioned that as engineers, we are good at finding solutions, but how do we sell the solution for somebody to buy? Mr. Technical skills are very important, but if marketing skills, no one can you to me are convincing or for Sadi way I'm tone when you're the Monto MI. So marketing skills is also one, and most importantly, integrity. If I will trust you to give you a job, I need to be sure that you will do the job, or I need to be sure that whatever you are saying, that is what you are going to do. Integrity. And the registrar mentioned standards. We should make sure they are following standards. Quality, to make sure that we are bringing out quality products. Don't think that because I'm in the same church with you, if you are bringing me something, I should just buy because we know quite sorry about one. I said, what's it, baby? I mean, it's my money. So I need to be sure of the quality of whatever it is that I'm going to buy. So let's pay attention to standards and quality. And we've all been talking about collaboration. There's this common thing that we say that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with somebody. Let's go with somebody. And now that we have the craftsmen, the technicians, the technologies in our fold, it's a one big family. I will appeal to the contractors amongst us, the consultants, the researchers. Ms. Remo, when we get jobs, let's look within. If you maybe let's look within. GHI, we are trying to, develop or build the capacity of our craftsmen, the technicians, the technologists. There is a job that maybe you need a plumber or any artisan to do. You reach out to us. Engineer Dakwa is there. Reach out to us. We will look for the right person to work for you. But let's look within. And the answer, when we get a job, Ms. Remo, let us work and work well. So on that note, thank you all for coming and thank you for staying through to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So finally, we have come to the end of the first session. As the chairman said, we will be having the AGM after the lunch. So the students, you are free to leave after lunch. Members will come back for us to have the AGM. So before we go, there will be a photo shoot. Where's the cameraman? To organize us in such a way that the place will not be too crowded. So, paparazzi. So before he comes, Engineer Naomi will give us the closing prayer so that we will go with God's presence.
Okay, shall we be upstanding? With all eyes closed. Father, Lord, we thank you so much for bringing us to a successful end. We started with you this morning. We are so grateful for all that we have learned. We pray that you see us through and let us be practitioners of what that we've learned so far. We also pray again that you grant us traveling mercy, send us back home safely. And we thank you for the rest of our lives. We thank you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
So, Mr. Cameraman, arrangement. How do we? Okay, so let's come here. And because of the platform, No, so be able to let's move fast so that we can go for lunch. Back. Let's all come back to the auditorium. So all come back, please. Let's come back so that we can continue and finish on time. Please, let's all come to the auditorium. Good afternoon. And we are welcome back from our lunch break. From experience, it is not advisable to stay long in your seats after lunch. Otherwise, most of the things that will be said here will not be heard. So we don't intend to waste much time after lunch. We are going to have the part 3 of the program, that is the election of branch executives and the reading of reports. So just 2 main items. And after that, we'll be out of here. This part of the program will be handled by the branch chair and the person of Engineer Joseph Rivero. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you, everyone. This second part is going to be pretty short, but it is equally very important. It's important that we validate the executives. We previously had the election, and then council said all of us must be around in the AGM to be able to validate the executives. What is going to happen as per council's directive is that from the next council meeting, or when my 2-year term has ended, all local or regional executives are going to be elected at the branch. So this means that the chair and his executives will be elected at the branch. We will not be elected at the national level. Yeah, so we would have to get involved in the regional activities to be able to get good executives. It's very, very important. All right, so at this juncture, what I'm going to do is to present to us the executives who have been working with us from time immemorial. I mean, from the beginning of the council, period to now, and then we would just affirm them or accept them as the executive. That's all we are going to do for this. So some are here, some are online, and then I'll just mention their names. Their pictures will pop up, and then we'll see them. Okay, so I will start with the vice chair. The vice chair has been our MC, so you've seen him a lot of times in the day. He is Engineer Bismarck Anani. Engineer Bismarck Anani. Let's give him a round of applause. Engineer Bismarck Anani. Engineer Bismarck Anani, please come this way. Yes, we want the people to see you well. So Engineer Bismarck Anani, please roll it for me. Yes, he's a very nice guy. Yes. He's the manager, and he's at Gridco. All right. So he will double as the secretary because we didn't get a replacement for the secretary. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So we have our treasurer and our I should try? Okay, it works. Thank you. Yes, so our treasurer. Okay, our treasurer is Engineer Dr. Lena Jifamensa. Yes, she's right here. Let's give her a round of applause. Oh, please join me. Let me hurry up with this. And then we have the wine chair. Wine chair is here. Wine chair. Yes, wine chair. Wine chair is, oh, this one. No, right over there. Wine chair is Engineer Mrs. Alberta Amankwa. Please don't go and hide behind the president. Stand here. Stand here so we can see you. Yes. Everyone wants to hide behind someone. All right. So the welfare chairperson is Engineer Kofi Watching. He is the one who made the presentation. Yes, but he's out of the country at the moment. Actually, he's online. He's online, so we can. In fact, he's also the gentleman who helped us to organize the socialization, which most of us missed. Please don't miss next time. Otherwise, I'll give you a big punishment. All right. Okay, and we have the organizer. He is Engineer Dr. Shadrach Amponsa. Yes, he has a very wonderful smile. Unfortunately, he's not feeling well, so he's not here at the moment, but I believe that he's online. All right. Oh, let's give them a round of applause. Yes. Okay. Then we have some chairs which have to be occupied. All right. So we have one of the first chairs we have is the professional engineer's chair. And to occupy that for us is Engineer Dr. Akwesi Champong. I think he's probably out there. Interestingly, when I googled his name, former president pictures, yes, showed up on his Google page. I struggled to get his picture. I'm sure this picture was even taken long ago. Yeah, but he was he's the immediate past president. He did a good job, and I'm following his footsteps. Okay, and we have one of my good friends to occupy the mechanical engineering chair. Yes, it's Engineer Dr. Atukwansa. Engineer Dr. Atukwansa, please, you can't wave. Please come here. You can't wave. Yes, he's here. Yes. When this guy sits on the chair, no bolts would move from there. He will make sure that all the bolts are tight. Yes. Then we have a very good friend of mine, Engineer Prof. Julius Anyapo. Yes, well branded. On the board is white, but this one is navy blue. Let's give him a round of applause. Yes. Yes. Okay. We have Engineer Prosper Ajagwa Banyega. He's sitting on there. He's going to say, Thank you very much. Yeah, surprised me because it wasn't around a few minutes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay. And then we have a rep from the craftsman, Sylvester Sapong. He didn't make it for the program. So let's be assured. Is he here? No. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So these are our executives. We didn't get a rep for civil. Yes, but these are the executives we'll be working with for the council year. Yes. So yes, and we have Engineer Adu. Engineer Adu, please come. Please our PRO. Please our PRO. I nearly forgot. Engineer Adu, please forgive me. Yes, in fact, he's been PROing everyone, telling you that this program is supposed to come on at this time. Yes, and he was sitting there quietly. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the executives for branch 1, and we'll be working together for the council year ahead of us. If we agree to their positions, let's give them a very big round of applause. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. You can please have your seat. So by clapping, I believe that we have affirmed that they should sit on their seats. Yes, yes, thank you. All right. So thank you very much. Now that we have executives, I can eat and sleep and grow fat a little. Or I'm already fat. Okay. I will slim down, don't worry. Okay, so please take me to the report. Let's share our report. So our branch has been working very hard from the time I came to office, and I'm going to share a few of the things we have been doing. Yes. Thank you. Okay, so almost immediately we came to office, one of the first things we did was to get the branch executives, and now we know them. The second thing we did was to organize the World IP Day. The World IP Day had women and IP accelerating innovation and creativity. So we held the event online. The World IP Day is a day set aside for intellectual property rights orientation, awareness, and all the activities related. And it is very, very important for us. In fact, council got interested in this, and they have tasked us to develop a national sort of awareness, IP awareness, intellectual property awareness for the entirety of GHI. So we'll be pursuing that. We had Dr. Mante, sorry. Okay, so we had these speakers on that particular day. In fact, we had about 40 participants, and I believe that this year we are going to have some more because this is a very important topic for us all. Okay, then from there we want to inaugurate the Obuasi branch. So the Obuasi branch members, please raise your hand. Yes, we have a lot of them. Let's give them a big round of applause. They have traveled all the way here for the AGM. So you can see that we had pictures with them there. We had a very nice time over there on the 17th of June. So now, if you find yourself at Obuasi, there is a chapter there that operates, all right? There's a chapter there that operates. The chapter operates under the branch. So what's happening, in fact, and the reason why we are called branch 1 is that we can have many branches. That's why we are not the Ashanti regional branch. We have branch 1. We can have branch 2. So let's grow quickly so that we can have many branches and many chapters. We also have some student chapters. KSTU has a student chapter, but all of them operate under the branch. Thank you very much. Then, so these are the executives of the branch, and then we use the opportunity to also inaugurate the wine executives. Then use the opportunity to do that. Okay. Yes, and then we had a bring and enjoy socialization. Yes, we had it at Paju on the 1st of July. So we can see, I can see Engineer Julius, yes, here. Oh, the pointer is not working. Oh, okay. But as you can see, we had a very, very nice time. So we intend that, can we see? Is there a challenge? You can see yourself. I was looking for you. Is he there? Yes, he's right here, right here. Yes, yes. He's right here. Oh, in fact, guys, your pointer is not working. He's there, right there. Okay, so we had a family bring and enjoy, and every 1st of July, I'm informing us that we'll be having the family bring and enjoy. We need all of us to, we get tired. Engineers get tired most of the time. At least one day in the whole year, we should be able to bring the family together, play some games, and then relax and eat some good food. Oh, sorry. Oh, the pointer is giving me challenges. Too bad. Guys, can you help you? The pointer is giving me challenges. Okay, okay, wait. Sorry. Okay. Okay, then we had the engineering professional exam. So this also happens every year, all right? And this time we organize it at KSTU. There'll be another one in November. So if you know anybody interested in writing the exam, you can inform us. The second thing is, we've realized that it takes too long to respond to or bring out the results for the exam. So the chair for the membership committee and his executives are putting together something to reduce the time. So we don't expect that it will take too much time to get results for your exams. But there are some interesting statistics that I wanted to share. I think one of the presentations was about inclusivity, and the number of women engineers is still very low, and I think we need to do something about it. So as you can see, there was no mechanical engineering female. There was only one who was chemical. There was no electrical, only 2 civil. So out of the 45 people, only 3 of them were female, only 3. So we need to encourage them. We need to encourage them to come. Okay. Then we also took upon ourselves the task of visiting the institutions. So one of the places we went to was to Sandvik. Sandvik is at Pichi. Yes, so we visited the place. We went there with 2 sets of agenda. One of them was to interact with the engineering professionals. It was important we went there to let them know that GHI is there. Because we must understand that we are not the only engineering licensing body in the system. There's also IET. So we want them to let them know that GHI is there and to encourage new membership. And then we also interacted with them and decided to assist with prospective candidates. In fact, for them, they requested that they want to write the exam in their place. So we are still assisting them with that. Well, another reason why we went there is, excuse me, it's on our agenda to visit, promote industrial visits to these places. So sometimes we'll get the opportunity, in fact, they have asked us to write, then we will get interested engineers to visit places like Sandvik to see what is going on there. Some of us may want internship in the place. I have requested for internship. They've given me about 6 weeks of that. So if you want internship there, we can arrange, and then you can take on some internship there as well. Okay. Then we also visited Gridco, and Engineer Nani can see himself now. Yes. So we visited Gridco and did something similar with them over there. What we are trying to do is when we come to your institution, we find at least 1 or 2 people who can be coordinators there for us so that we can get information there as fast as we can. Okay. And then we were also at Confanochi to also interact with the engineering professionals over there. And then we visited BRRI. And the plan is to visit all the engineering institutions that we have, including craftsmen institutions. So one day you'll be at your workplace and then we'll write that we want to come and visit you. And then all of us will come there. Yes. I see we are laughing, we are happy. Yes, let's laugh for it. We'll be there. Okay. Then we had some invitations we had to honor. All right, we had some invitations we had to honor. And the first one was the Wine Affair 2023. The Wine Affair puts together 4 universities, Ken UST, KSTU, Legon, and another university, and they bring the female engineers together. So they give them orientation, inspire them, and then they give them a project. They have an innovation challenge. And Engineer Alberta was there on behalf of the executive. And in this particular episode, KSTU won the innovation challenge. Yes. Sorry, KSTU, yeah. Okay. Then the National Society of Black Engineers, they also celebrated their 25th anniversary. So they invited us to be there to also inspire the young engineers. So I was there with Engineer Kaufman. Yes, Engineer Kaufman is the chair for the Education and Training Committee. Yeah, so she was there. So there I am with Engineer Kaufman over there and some of the NFB officials. Yeah. Then Engineer Alberta and I were also at Wisdom Ghana. So Wisdom Ghana is just like the Wine Affair, only that that one looks at secondary schools. So they invited some secondary schools. There are about 250 plus secondary school students, all females. And they held a boot camp for them. They hosted them at the auditorium. Yes, and Engineer Alberta and I were there to also inspire them on behalf of GHIE. All right, so up to the last slide, that is what it is that we have been doing. We have a lot more on our plate, but we want to share with you what it is that we want to do in the coming months and up to next year, because we are at the very end. One of the things we want to do is to still focus on the next generation. Okay, so we'll be having outreach to secondary schools. We'll be having a tertiary students forum. And then we are going to introduce an innovation challenge and exhibition. So like we have been saying, we can't just talk engineering. We'll have to get the students to be able to bring out their ideas and exhibit them and see how we can protect those ideas and commercialize them. So we'll be doing that. And the second thing is we'll be visiting you wherever you are in that corner, is because we want to be able to assist you to do what it is that you are doing better. If we are not coming, call us, we will come. All right. And one of the I didn't talk about the Artisans Forum. I think it skipped, but I think that it was a very important thing. Good. So I want to spend some time with the Artisans Forum. Please, can you help me with the Artisans Forum slide? Artisans Forum, please. Okay, let's see. This goes back. Good. All right. So as a first of its kind, we had the, good. All right, I'll put this down. All right, so as a first of its kind, we have the Artisans Forum, and please let's note that it was not just localized within the Ashanti region. It was actually a national event, only that it was hosted right here. So we had people attending the program physically, and then we had a lot more online. And I think that it was good because it gave us the opportunity to get oriented with what's happening in GHIE and very salient pieces of information, licensing, and all of those kinds of things. So the branch would repeat this on an annual basis, so that, and then the other interesting thing is that we may not host it here next time. We would visit another region to give the other people, our members there, a voice and allow them to participate physically and not online. But this is a very, very important thing that we want to do with our brothers. So we'll work out the details. Okay, so now I can go to the very, very end. Can I have the focus slide, please? Okay, so, okay, thank you very much. So basically that's that. And then the last thing I want to comment on is the fact that we are also interested in capacity building and collaboration. We realize that a lot of the capacity building programs are in Accra and we want to localize it. So we'll be sharing some areas of concern so that once we get information on those areas, we can build training programs around them, and then we would use that to train. If groups or divisions are interested in some training programs, we can also facilitate it, and then we can take it off. I've encountered a few people who want to have certificates in certain areas that can also be facilitated. When it comes to collaboration, we have a few projects on our mind, and we want to be able to collaborate with some institutions, state institutions and organizations to be able to pull it off. Finally, I want to say that the executives and I are ready to listen to and work with everyone who wants to share ideas, comments, and suggestions with us. And we'll be grateful to respond appropriately. Thank you very much. So we have a couple of minutes, and I think that we can share a few ideas and suggestions. This is an AGM, and it's all about us. So maybe there's something on your mind you want us to capture and work with, something you want us to integrate into our thoughts and those things. It's welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, Branch Chair. The first thing that I want to suggest, but I have been worried about the numbers, particularly when it comes to our female, numbers for the Engineering Association. In fact, generally, as a teacher, we normally observe that even in the classroom, in a typical class, you have less than 5, less than 10%, female engineers or engineering students. But for the few that even graduate, who may be practicing engineering, as their profession, I'm thinking, or been thinking of one, way to help them come on board. I don't know whether at the national level we could have, particularly for the females, until we are able to hit a certain critical number, have some waiver or some rebates on the subscription, for our female engineers. Okay, so as part of our campaign to bring them on board, we could use some waiver or some, reduction in, I don't know, something can be worked out to bait them into the association. You see, it's important that we have everybody on board. Very, very important that everybody comes on board so that we can grow the institution. And as the saying goes, united, we stand. And once we are together, we are even stronger. And so that's one thing I've been thinking about. Then the second thing, part, I know that the conference went on very well, but the issue of collaboration and teamwork. In fact, when I look at the craftsman space, it appears that, you see, we are talking about institution of engineering, not engineers. And so my thinking is that anybody doing something that, applies the basic principles of engineering could be brought on board. And we know we have the different categories. In my field, for instance, we normally leave out, those who do the products. Okay, so the chemical products. So people who do like soap making, yogurt production, this category of people, I think can also somehow be roped in into the institution, either through depending on their level, through the craftsman, or I don't know whether we have another category for them. But I believe that these are also critical people that we could consider bringing on board because they also have something to offer, and I believe they are doing a lot that we can also help learn from them and also help them improve as engineers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so can I answer the first one whilst they bring you the mic? Right here. Okay, so with the first one, I think that we would submit a report to council, and in that report we can inject this call for concern and the proposed solution. I wish Engineer Sofa were here. Yes, okay, all right.
Well, I'm not too sure the solution being prescribed will be the answer. I don't know whether we know of the females who have graduated and they are not participating in these programs. You understand? Because you said again that even in the numbers in the class, so already the numbers are small. So when they graduate, is it that they are pathetic to joining the association? We have to try and find out that. I don't think reducing maybe the dues is what will solve it, because if the issue is about apathy, then we should find out what is the reason, why are they not? But I think that it is because of the numbers. So every time we see a lot of men and a few women, but it's right from the basic level. And that is why we want to promote STEM. So we should start from there. We should start promoting STEM and getting the numbers to increase. A lot more females doing, the science and all that. Then we can get a lot of output, But at the moment, you can't say even 30 to 70%. It's still below, right? But there are a lot of programs that are being done to, bring women on board. So I think we should look at the basic level, the STEM level, where we can get a lot more people doing science, and they can come and do engineering. Because when they graduate, most of them, the women, they do well. They are in Accra. I don't think they are pathetic. We have a lot of them there. It's just that their numbers are few.
All right. So the mic is here. Okay. All right.
Actually, my Kakra, you are sentiment a section of the flow. But you said na engineer cano, and the question is a chassis free and from na the piano, your pan was so na and moi. Mr. Akram Kasan was in the Baba, na Pamanako, electrical engineer. Na until sending an yes, I remember you. No, so that is my me perform actually form. Now the hand of can say or couple. That's an a university. That's what I say, Polia. You call one massive 7 for it's a university. Man, and shoot, Massa. No, teaching more money home for dear. A woman, but no so quiet. That's away nest, and that's away doctor. On non must one we cannot say you do better travelers. Oh, false. No, me buff my children from. Some for Zoom, sister, quite in the masters. What you do, university a one. What you do, which way you know, Cassa, Najuma, at the accompany. What you more green? What you more electricity? What you more very.
Nina, no, any now, or sign a your non account. A teaching Marcus and a son at Tedia, Sapana Boy Prime. Until we are one tea. I see send Baba and Memajma. It be amazing. Captain. Sanya mon yana awfono enti ase na ebiem so no ye teacher na omo ase ho junior ho no akwani ebiem so no a tusu program no o che program bi aman so kwa ko bi enti akwani enti do ko na se onim do ko ye na wakoye na mum no na no me ko kazam ka che bu se ufra so ho basura sa hwan na mo yen emwa odo nyima de kwa no science na free science mo a sisi pia no ko ti de nya ba bia wura o se se ne nurse ne no so science is the sort of nurse me ba o science so medicine na nya me bo amia na so di ma de so o baba ti nya me bo amia no agree to so you talk to here o nya me bo amia. Are you talking here? Or you sitting war? My most kind of high. I'm often as I said. Madam saw what I'm not quite medicine. I'm saying, hey, medicine the one yet. No, say it's a swamp. It's only a such a and son, I mean, you're quite engineer for follow. You're my life. So don't watch my net now. Or person, Panama, and then the Yacha. Can be an answer, no fear. Manin and Namka. And Yama and Granny who say, for so dear war, like one home, none will never. Now, I just want so money almost and can say you now Amuna almost high it would be. What because you have said, inside and yet. No, yeah, for so yet wondering. We took us to be Mamma yet. So for so this. That's one of my it's the same way, man. So I'll want to say, well, there may man who said, yeah, no. So on for so now, oh, dear, that was.
I think to say it's important to understand that now the global structures is forcing industry to improve the female ratio. So a few months back, for instance, Sandvik came to KSTU and they want to collaborate with KSTU to be able to train females for industry. And it's serious. I mean, I haven't seen industry giving academia this kind of pressure. So they came and they came back. Now they are taking national service people, they are taking female engineering students on attachment. And this is an aside, but it's even moving into activities like football. The Ghanaian team is supposed to go to Africa. If you don't have a women's team, don't come. So it is going to grow. And I think that what GHI should be doing is assisting the institutions already working to promote more females, to get more female engineers. It's very, very important. Okay, so I've taken note of the second one, which is the chemical engineers in soap making and yogurt and other things. Yes, I think it's important we look at everyone. I think you wanted to say something. Where's the mic, please? You want to say something? Okay, the mic will come to you.
All right, thank you. The first one is on the capacity building program. I think most of the GHI capacity building programs are in Accra. So the venue is in Accra, and if you want to do, you have to join online. If possible, you want to do, but I think that if the branch one can look at it, then maybe if they can bring the resource person in Kumasi or a closer place where you have those who are interested, all right, very close, so that the resource person will come face to face, then maybe they organize the program. But if all are centered in Accra, maybe the person might not get a chance to maybe join online, so you might not maybe willing to join at the first place. But maybe the person, so if branch one can take that one up And secondly, I think we were discussing it, but I want to bring it up board that some of the institutions at the end of the year, most of the student projects, some are real that maybe the institution itself can pick it up and maybe allocate a certain fund to it, and maybe start to work on it. I don't know if it's true. I learned some years back, ASU had a project that they were using this rubber printing bag and those things to generate food. I don't know whether that one is true. But if we have certain project like that, I think KSTU can get maybe invested. They can take it upon themselves, allocate a fund for it, and the students who embark on it, then they can maybe build that project. Who is going to create a job for the students who will do that research? This institution, there was also a project on using starch to generate using starch for this point bag or this pointing. You use starch, so that one it is organic, so it can decompose. So if we can build on this project, certain project like this, we are fighting about this in plastic waste, that we want to get rid of plastic waste. So if we have such a project and we can interchange the petroleum-based plastic with the organic one, I think that this one can help to maybe build upon our ways of bringing up innovation. So if I know that I do the project and the school can take it up, it will motivate the others to also do something. But it's like, I want to do a project and say, maybe I know at the end of the day, it will be, it will end up in the school. So even if I'm doing it, I'll put myself into it, right? So I think we can look at it from that angle and things will be real. Thank you.
Thank you. So a quick comment on that. I think I commented that with the capacity building setups, we want, not that we don't want us to go to Accra, but it's difficult. In Accra, I realize that if you're in Accra and you can take it on, that is fine. But what we want to do is to develop programs which suit us, so that if an Accra approves of it, so that if the resource person can come down here to us to come and train us, that is also fine. I'm sure that we can do that. With respect to the institution picking up the projects, I believe that we can work based on collaboration for these reasons. First of all, the projects developed by the various institutions belong to the institutions. Yes, so unless there's an instrument that allows the institution to get in there to pick up, and I'm sure the legal framework can be worked out, but I think that a collaboration can be done. I think in our discussion, what is missing is an industry academia dialogue. All right. I perceive that academia has a lot of innovation, and in one way or the other, those innovations sit on the shelf. Industry needs those innovations and is not approaching academia because they also have a perception that academia is book long. So when we all sit at the table, we can have the discussion and then see how these things can be resolved. So that it's in our plan to be able to bring this to fruition. We'll support it and then push. Okay. Yes, sir.
I wanted to raise this concern about visibility and accessibility with regards to GHIE. Assuming branch 1, there are a lot of people in the engineering set of school where they might not have any idea. I move with a lot of engineers on all areas. They are doing, most of them are doing so well in the industries. They are working very well, but they don't belong to any of the institutions, and they are working.
So maybe sometimes I chance on it and tell them about GHI. Then it looks very foreign, whether they think they don't understand or they don't want to understand. But if we are visible enough, I think people will see it, so that at least it will attract the right people who are not even ready, though they are within the field, but they are not ready to get in. At least the more they see, the more they hear, the more they understand, the more they feel like joining us. So at least visibility and accessibility must be enrolled in our system. And two, I want to know the database for not necessarily giving out the role, but how many people do we estimate we have in branch 1, from the PEs down to the craftsmen, at least so that we will know our strength, because there's strength in numbers. So I want to know that one too.
Okay. I wanted to find out something and then I'll share. Okay, so I really don't have an idea, a full idea about the number of craftsmen that we have, but I know that we admitted more than 40 per the prof arts thing. We had more than 40. There were about 200. 200. Yes, there are about 200, 238. We have a platform, and on that platform, I know the professional engineers are about 268. 268. I'm sure that HQ does not have full membership numbers, because the last, and this is something that we're trying to kill, and we have to kill this, because I think at the last election, existing members were asked to update their data, and we didn't update our data. So what happens is some people were placed in other regions. I think that we have to make a deliberate effort to be able to do this. I started something on the platform, and I was informed that the information I was collecting was too detailed. So we are going to review that thing and then get the data so we know our actual figures. Now, the latent figures are nothing. What we would actually have to talk about are the people who are active, because from March to now, we've been having meetings, and the numbers need a bit more of a push. Yes, so we'll be working hard at that, and I agree to the visibility thing. Sometimes truly we are a bit overwhelmed by the number of things that we have to do, but it's in our plan to have some radio talk shows. So maybe I'll be calling you and some other people to assist me on the radio and some TV talk shows as well. And I think that if you find that there are a group of people, you guys have been doing a lot of evangelism for us, and we are very grateful for that. So when you find a group of people who need to be reached out to, please inform us. We would organize and then get there, and then we can get them into the fold. It is very, very important for us. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes.
So what I just want to add is that now there's a law in the country. You cannot practice if you are not licensed. And there are only two bodies licensing now. That is Ghana Institution of Engineering, and then there's the IET. So the competition is between us and IET. IET is going after members, we are also going after members. But as to whether you want to belong to a professional body is not for discussion, because the law will catch up with you. If you are not licensed, you cannot practice. And I believe that's what the registrar was going to talk about. And so we have to do our best, to let our colleagues know before the IET guys get to them. We have to do our best to let them know that GHIE, we have a lot to offer them, so they should come and join us. And so we also have to be thinking about the benefits of joining. And this morning, I said that especially for our artisans, we should be supporting them. When we get the jobs, we should give it to our own people, you know, so that if somebody is not doing well, you can report the person to us and we can sanction the person. And so that was what I wanted to add. But I think the registrar wants to.
I think, I mean, it's exactly the same point I was going to say, that very soon, it is not a question of whether I want to join or not, because if you are practicing illegally, then you will be dealt with, because there is a law, and the law mandates that you are licensed before you can practice as an engineer. We are going after the firms, you know, so if you work in a firm and you are not licensed, we will take on the firm that they are working with unlicensed engineers. And so if you want to be able to work with the firm, then you must be licensed. The licenses of the individual engineers is through the licensing bodies, like Sophia said. But the firms, we are going to chase them and we'll make sure they enforce and make sure their members are, or their staff are licensed. If you are on your own and you have a firm, your firm must be licensed, yourself, you must be licensed. So the days that, you know, people could do anything, very soon it will be over. And so I'd advise them, I mean, encourage them to join now so that the law doesn't catch up with them. I think that should be the message. Now you can look at Act 819, the Engineering Council Act. If you Google it, you say, they let them all have a look at it. It is illegal. Thank you.
So whilst we are at this, Engineer Bedu, I want to find out, are you going to come after the educational institutions as well? Because they have a lot of
unregistered.
Yes.
Unlicensed people. Yes. I mean, we've started the collaboration. On your council, you have the educational institutions represented. On the engineering council too, we have a rep of the educational institutions on the board. So everybody, anybody that is doing anything in engineering, in fact, accreditation and everything is to be approved by the board, the engineering council board. You understand? So we are going to go after all of them. We have started talking to KNUST, the engineering, the provost. We've started discussions on these things. So very soon, everybody will have to register. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to add a little bit on the capacity building initiative. You see, our branch is a very privileged one. Where we are situated, we have 3 big universities here, which has all kinds of experts in various areas. We have accomplished industry practitioners. So we should be able to develop and mount programs that will even attract people from Accra. So I just want to draw attention to the very unique and privileged position in which we find ourselves, from KNUST to KSTU to academic. In fact, these are the people who are sourced by the UN and the World Bank and to go around training people. We have them within our catchment area, but even UNES within our catchment area should be really, it shouldn't be difficult for us to
mount very attractive programs that would bring people from Accra to join us. And I also think that we can be intentional about it. We can approach people who have expertise in various areas. Can you develop a short program for us in this area, in that area? So that we have a menu, a very rich menu that we roll out, as a year progresses. So that's the little contribution I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any more contributions? Yes.
Yeah, I want to add a little on the collaboration between industry, academia, artisanal. When we come to the industry itself, when we look at the artisanal and then the professional engineers, we have to work together because they have a part that the artisanal would do, then we have a part that the engineer would do. If you come out with any design, definitely like within mechanical like this, you need an artisanal who would do all the cutting and welding for you. In the same way, when you come to the equipment, you still will need people who would, even when you are leading troubleshooting, you still need people who will be taking out the bolts and the nuts, move this one, take this one. So the collaboration is already there in the industry. And then some of the challenges that are faced in the industry, it is something, as you said, that could be taken to the academia. Maybe it could be something that could be carried out as a project in the university, so that whatever outcomes that comes from it could be fed back into the industry, and that would improve the operations of the industry. And whilst we are looking at helping those marginalized like women and all that, we also don't have to forget about the fiscally challenged, because engineering has to do with innovation. So if anybody within that group has any innovation, it's also welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any more contributions? Any more contributions? Oh, okay. Engineer Kweku watching. Kweku. If you can hear me, please go ahead. Engineer Kweku watching. Okay, whilst we wait for Engineer Kweku watching, is there somebody else? Okay, I'm glad to.
So this is on the industry academia collaboration. I think there was an earlier comment on GHI even taking ownership of promising engineering projects from students. I believe one of the things GHI could do is to facilitate this kind of partnership. Industry is always very busy ensuring the production lines are running, but there are challenges. academia is also on, in fact, I am partnerships coordinator for the College of Engineering, KNUST. So some of the things I'm saying are actually from experience. We are also very busy doing our own things. And sometimes we think that the projects we have given to the students are going to solve a problem, but it's no, who cares? We have a real chance of success if we are able to bring the two sides together, so that if we have, for instance, 20% of the projects being, done by final year students at KNUST coming from industry, then you know that this is solving a real problem. Some boiler is overheating, and we have 2 students on it. So this kind of thing, I believe GHIE can facilitate. So we let the industry, we talk to industry, we compile what the issues are. We have a very good hearing with academia, KNUST, KSTU, PMK, all the institutions in the catchment, so that we can bring the two sides together for something that can improve the output of industry and even give the young ones a chance of getting a job or starting your own business. Today has been also about entrepreneurship. You have an idea, you have a solution that is solving an industry problem. That is business. So I believe it's something we can look at, enhance our efforts there, and we can make some impacts in that line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nklato. It's well noted. Do we have any more? Okay, I think we can pick just about one more. If there's one more, it's fine.
Engineer Ribeiro. Yes, yes, I was muted. The reason why I couldn't speak earlier.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so when you talk about the collaboration between industry and academia as well as GHIE, I think that the engineering institutions also have a role to play. For example, if we have held this AGM in Accra, I'm sure we wouldn't have paid for the venue because we would have held it at GHIE. But coming to KNUST, I don't think that we even had the venue for free. However, most of the engineering colleges, vis-a-vis the big institutions in Kumasi, all of them have auditoriums that could have been made available virtually free for engineering programs. We are talking about a girl child. We are talking about exciting young ones who want to take up engineering. So imagine an institution avails through partnership with GHIE, who most of the time wants to hold a lot of programs, but because of the constraints with budgeting, that mostly comes with payment of venues, hinders a lot of the programs that are outlined. So imagine an institution like KSTU makes available the auditorium for free so that GHIE can hold STEM programs for secondary schools, excite them about engineering prospects, mentor, advise them, educate them as to the advantages as has been outlined. But some of our friends, the wonderful points. I am sure that holding it at KSTU would have put to a lot of people who hitherto may have thought that to do engineering is only at KNUST, will now come to a realization that, yes, the polytechnics are now technical universities. They are also holding degree. So equally, same strength, same knowledge, the Kuwakwa, I'm sure admission, they will be overwhelmed. And I'm sure the situation will be same with other institutions. So it's our time, GHIE, we partner with the institutions, sign an MOU with them, so that if we want to do purely technical or engineering programs as a way of sponsorship, not giving us with their right and taking it back with their left. If they are giving us of their rights, they give us of their rights, so that executives, especially like Region 1, I know that there are a lot of activities that has been planned. They can easily be executed when we know that we can easily get some venues for free. And I'm sure it will be a win-win for us. When it comes to the artisans, for instance, I mean, kudos to those who have earlier joined, and kudos to our friends who are spearheading the campaign to encourage others to also join. But imagine we hold a special event, not just for the artisans who are registered with GHI, an opportunity through them to also invite their other colleagues, so that academia will sort of abreast them with some of the latest way of doing things, some of the easiest way. Think about an auto mechanic, for example, who is used to diagnosing things manually. The mechanical department of KNUST, KSTU, or Mustad introduces them to, technological tools, diagnostic tools, and run a short courses program for them at a huge moderate fee, just to be able to maintain snack or something. I am sure through that a lot of sensitization, because most of the time, even we as professional engineers, some are a bit apathetic to join GHI, because a lot of the statement they will say is, what do I gain when I join GHI? And I'm sure this is no different from the artisans. They have their perception about engineers, and we also have our perception. But through mid forums like this, we are all reoriented to take towards the same goal. So please, it's an opportunity, especially for our friends who are in academia, who are present here. When opportunities like this comes back, please, maybe I'm sure from the various colleges, they can begin to sensitize the heads there, so that the auditoriums, the engineering auditoriums, can now be made more readily available. So we are ready to get notice of any of them, and you'll be surprised the programs that the current executives have outlined, and it will be a win-win. Thank you
very much, Engineer watching. Okay, I think we would have one last one, and then we can. Okay, Albert. Okay.
But for so much, Margaret Kakra. But I said the engineer Boachi na Okasa. Let me say, no, we will yeah, a war mine. I said the news is see a bar. What's going to say in free a mine? See, Yama up one. You could programs for boy. You tell somebody say, I didn't go my age, but yeah, I might. Sometimes I say, yes. You say, engineers, they were happy. Students and now source if we engineers we info on mine, I didn't try here. Said that you say that and check in our conference in our see America. I didn't see your source to be and for free abandon funds to that programs. Let them be. I said, you think someone. I said, yeah, I'm young. And some of what on the way to the cinema.
Okay, you want to respond? Oh, different idea. Okay. I think that it's not a bad idea. But I don't know. Okay.
Okay, so we say abandon so near my okay, I mean, I can't say that it is not true, and I can't say that it's absolutely true. Now, the government, what the government can do is to make sure there are regulations and then we are practicing according to the regulation. Okay. Now, if the regulation is working very well, all of us will benefit. You won't have wayside people coming in and doing anything. It means that anytime will be a person, you know, call the right source. But if you're in Corona or somewhere, so if you are a registered person or you are a licensed person, then it is you. But because currently it is not working very effectively, you have a lot of them and they think they can do anything. And that's why we are not, we who are here think we are not benefiting. But as soon as the regulations enforcement starts working well, then you will see that you are the one who will be benefiting, because we'll be weeding out all the wayside people. They think they are gaining. We'll weed all of them out. Now, if the institutions become stronger, okay, we are going to get to a certain time that we will be detecting even what remunerations should be given to engineers, the minimum. If you are a technician, if you are a tradesperson, if you are this, what is the minimum wage that you should be paid? You understand? Then other institutions will build on it. We are not saying everybody will be paid the same, but at least the minimum. If I'm working in a government institution, how much should I be paid as an engineer? You understand? But it's because for now, we haven't fully gained our feet. It's difficult, but we are edging towards there. Some years ago, the law was not there. Now the law is in. It is up to us to enforce the law. And we need all of you to be part of that process. We'll be enforcing it. There are issues that have happened. You know, we constituted some investigative bodies. They've done their work. They have reports, and those reports are going to be published. And once we publish it, the findings of those committees will be implemented. If people are found culpable, they will be punished according to the law. You understand? And then we will take it up from there. So if you are an engineer and then you are sanctioning anything, now you have to be careful. You understand? You have to be careful, because if anything happens, it will be traced back to you. If you are an artisan and you are doing any construction, cutting corners or whatever, it will be traced back to you. You understand? Because the investigation is very thorough. We want to know why this happened. Okay, so for now, it looks to be real, it looks gloomy. Okay, but we are going beyond that now. Very soon, things will change. And I think that we'll see the benefit. So abandoning the over to Emrano. What is Emrano? So what is Emrano? I was see a deep Emrano. So the deep Emrano so a boy in South Asia. Me Kumasi had the base ameba, because you have in Ghana, I think most of the artisans are based in Kumasi here. Those who are doing very well, artisans who do very well, especially even in the mechanical field. Magazine, look at the number that is there and the things they are doing. You understand? If we can get all those people into our phone, you can imagine how strong we'll be. Engineering in Ghana, I think we are the largest professional body. We have the largest. In terms of even, if you compare engineers to doctors, we have the largest number. So why are we not making progress? Do you understand? We have the numbers. And if we say that we want to put our numbers together, we will do more than all that the others are doing. You cannot open a pharmacy shop, a chemical shop, without a pharmacist licensing you. And they know, the technician who is selling the drugs knows that there's somebody who, you understand? So the laws are there. And if you go against the law, you'll be punished. So let's not give up. We are going to change the system. Thank you.
Mepacho, mesumeka kakraka. Sabini abemano, Kasan, me kadia atwa, dia, afwa dia, and Savidi Kai. Ubisa say, programs are ye, Semeto, wasam nasia, programs are ye, a buyer supportee. A programs no say about why. Because who feel say, ye boy mine, and I am crying a boy man. I think it's a GHI is a professional body, a private. Yanka San say a boy boy. There's where you be at your boy on mine. And see Yanka said the air and we are the boy man, send us the boy man. I don't think say, yeah, organizing a program, sir. Ya could be sa and boy if you abide. I mean, you say, be a could be some boy. Nke bia aban ebeboa ebe support in the form of sponsorship and bibisa. But yakasa ya say yakasa so ye boy near their boy mine. Nti independent on aban. The ababe chimi aye no na engineer bedu aka no aban be hye mbra amaye. Na ye di so ebeboa yakasa. Me pacho we okay.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hi. Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay. Engineer, media so kakame person bisa. It's about a concern about the student membership.
Okay.
So currently I'm having about 165 students and from Wasi campus. From different engineering discipline. My issue and concern is that they wanted to be part of the Ghana Institute of Engineers. So we were told to fill the forms. We gave the forms to them, they have filled it. Only for it to be told later that currently we don't use the forms. You need to go and buy a voucher and then you go to the online and then you have to fill the forms there. Upon doing that, you know, then or maybe releasing the information back to the students. Maybe at Tiada, because most of them were not ready to pay the 50 Ghana cedis. So I just wanted to find out if possible there's something we can do for the students so that all can come on board. Yeah.
All right. I think that the 50 Ghana cedis was some processing of cards. But to say cards require so we'll have to find a way of dealing with that. Okay. Okay. Mr. Kontompacho, Emma, Papa Winkasa. And by the way, the more you ask questions, you know, nature say, but we have the various platforms. We can continue the conversations there. Not true. Your free meetings is what Yamra. Your friend meetings, Yamra, Yaba, all of these, I mean, we are there, we can have all of these conversations over there. And see, Yamia Duma, monthly meeting a year, next month meeting. But in between that, you know, we can always have discussions on our various platforms. Yes. And I can also be reached.
GHI. Your lawyer.
Which one your lawyer?
Okay. But mama yaya when na you say be tia. Say the BC and in a dilafa. Two.
But BC says some to na one of pass someone. As I say,
craftsman.
Because GHI lawyer na you one. Baby obi BBH. And as I said, if we have to deal with some, that's the kind of thing. Now, BB two member business is the same. Yes, you should know. The lawyer would have to come in there.
Okay. But maybe American, baby, as a true craftsman, which Marco Juma. And I'm saying, and yet the other two people so. At times, here, the verbal. It means if you were Kushia, you could do come. Oh, yeah, I'm 10,000. Uber was we 10. 2,000 and the amount of no. Now 8,000 I okay.
a dear quiet neighbor for sure, and it's a maybe salary once. And not two.
Okay.
Yes, sure, baby. A dying idea from corner. A bit me, Jenny, Sassunama Dynamic. If you are project the plan, and or their project permit, and our free craftsman show me sit. Craftsman, the ideas had been planned, the oils of a question to see. So, Secobase, I was saying, yes, assassin, you bet me Diana also. You better say assassin. A craftsman and a back coffee. And I say a quite bad neighbor first, because you see any professionals in here. Monte, a quite a say, nebin copy. Na Yama boy, should go. Quite bad neighbor first one. Ye be quite assassin, so could see a 5-story. Ye the plan, Nammy. See a test assassin, same test you, meaning craftsman, Mefasoa, Mehus Yakesi, and I said, dear me.
You want to answer?
No. I just want to add my name.
Okay. You want to compound it. Okay, compound it.
So that you answer it once.
Make it compact.
Okay, my son. The raw materials that we are encouraging innovating. So the raw materials that we import into the country, because maybe there are a lot of taxes on it. When the person is going to use it to maybe do the maybe manufacture the product, because it will be costly. I'll prefer the ones that has been done from maybe China or somewhere, which will meet the same thing. So if maybe going forward, GHI will have maybe a talk with maybe the government, or the council will have a talk with the government, so that the engineering products or the raw materials that maybe we import into the country, there will be some subsidy on it, so that the things that we'll be building, or maybe the things that we'll do, will be less cost for the local man to go and buy. Our things that we do here will be competitive to the ones that they import, or maybe those who import the things to the country already made ones. We can be able to compete, then we'll buy them made in Ghana instead of maybe opting outside ones. Thank you.
All right. Any answer to the first one? Okay. All right.
Okay, maybe sure. The make alpha union idea. I want to say, GHI as a body.
You're not all with GDM because my
GHI as a body, no, high lawyer, members.
No.
On high lawyer, members. And you know, union one, yes, and Juma, Sebeya, Ubisi, and I yes, Supi. And you know, say, Ubepe, who be here, say, you may be on a yeah, a dancing you. Ope dancing near. Verbal agreement, Ghana Remuno, Yagitum, provided say Obiwo as a witness. And tis a menu can't say Napa pay a dancing or menu meal on Temuan. The year can also to me be kind of way be as and pa Omilu can say ya. What the poor Ghana port to be a bitino near the Emrat Pepe Dan Apotu. It may say Mubia BCC near by GHI who said GHI. Papa kwesi mensa esiminti grabe kwa kama sembi mami enyi yenhwe say na the second of question no all count on testing no esrew enkemre mu no the nipa o employee wo se koye na djuma no e wo se oye soil test okay or call ye test mo fa soil no sample the call lab me ko test per se. Sa edanya epesi asase na ekosi asisu no ebetimi ana na so unim Ghana for do na onkoye onkokra na akoye no answer of pan drawing na no dia bro say artisan papa me see dan obi won fra drawing pra onkoye ohuni nua bi drawing a wakoye e dia akosi ni dan oba bi oje ya no so de kona asase bi a watoso no akosi bi o e nefe. Into no emra ho se wo ye na onye And Obi wants to call back to training here, or when more passes, no more static ransom. It is a balance, results me a negative one. On fanchero. Now, I say a professional, me results no man, human. Into a brandy, a so say landlord, project owner, no quiet test, no soil test. If you say project now being assassin, a bit married stand there. Into Mra, ever almost.
Okay.
Question of this and very important, and it's a very good question. What are the processes? For the building industry, before I will get to see down, also your permit. Okay, that's the first thing. You can have your land, but you need a permit to construct. Now, so permit, you know. He also submitted drawings and everything, designs of mine will be done. And it includes this aspect of the soil, depending on the type of structure that you are putting up. In the assembly, you know, be review drawings now, the baby. No more permit and approve set proceed done. You know, you permit no more starting. You say, I know natural produce permit or done. I just saw the papers now, but a man approval was starting. In the assembly, no, I was making sure say, go follow or moon sees our dime until no permit. Now, so boom runs no see. Okay, the assembly, once they have cautioned you, it means you have gone against the law. So you as an artisan, what is your role? Yours is to build according to the approved drawings. And normally say approved drawing are stamps. Assembly no stamp. This is so one approval self on sit down. Into artisan, if you have that paper now, the sit down BBC and you be Tracy. The design, maybe 14 if you design. If you are 14 if you be it can be a natural disaster. That's what I say. But investigations, you know, very revealing, you know. But you who roll out play, they say, making sure say the amount is approved and you are building according to the approved design. Then you are complying. Oh, sometimes if from one amount design then what's that now? Yeah, because you have to be paid, so you get your money.
Engineer, is it the major concern we have here is that in Ghana, the permitting is a problem.
Yes, it's true, but
and when taking care as an artisan, also watching say cut and your best example, and you're 15 years baby, and now one. And not American 50 years, but to say about it,
we have to start from somewhere. But that's why we are starting. Now, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So if you have read the law and you don't comply, if you are caught, you can't say that, oh, I didn't know.
HSS is, you know, your mouth is China, and now you're catching. One ignorant view. It just said, what do you say this time? As a one, the shushu. Almost a microphone, they are from Richard. You have requested me, several young safe one in because in fact, that's why you're very, very serious. Recently, the structures that have been feeling is terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. And we like engineers say, we must start from a point. We must, in fact, council is working with other agencies to investigate a lot of these things, and it's going to work. So please, particularly the artisans, let's be careful from now. And let's be aware that these things come with legal issues. I think that there was also a call for discussions about how to develop local materials and look for subsidies.
We are collaborating with Standard Board. Okay, we have started collaboration with Standard Board. Every material that you have to use should be approved, right? Should be approved or tested, and we have building code. We're building code. So if you are going to build or you are going to construct anything, this is cutting across. It's not only civil, electrical, mechanical, everything. We have the codes. So you are supposed to comply with the codes. If you are buying any material, that material should conform to the standard. You understand? And Standard Board is the one which approves the materials that are imported into the country. So we are collaborating with them. The issue about local materials that we can use for buildings. We are now going to, with that collaboration, we will come up with the standard local materials that we can use, which has been approved. We will test them and then approve them. I know, especially KNUST, we've done a lot of tests with various materials, but we are not using them, okay? So these things can be subjected to long-term, some testing, and then once it is approved as something that we can use, like pozzolana like this, we are still not, it's not being used in large quantities, right? We are still relying on cement, you know, but we are going to do that. And then once we come, we are going to teach people how to, you know, get their materials approved. And then we can stamp it as a standard for use in the building industry or any other industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But the Ananka person Mekanana registrar, but just to add a little bit, also now say structures are a failing. And I say, meaning said there's a team or maybe I'm one person or more should share. You see, sometimes we just put the blame on the people who did the construction, but we are beginning to suspect materials in Ankasaso. You know, the tensile strength, and I said, for instance, we have been saying that these scrap metals whether they actually meet the standards for construction of some kind of buildings into Jumabia, I think so. And I think the GHI is somehow, in fact, that's what I'm happy. Make us say what they can't be. I think there should be that collaboration between us and then the standards authority. Then share materials, you know. Sometimes more processes of even standardization, you know, or my company now and no. Well, into a certificate, you know, I don't know how they go about it. And I said, so that we don't necessarily always have to be blaming the engineer or the artisan or the craftsman who gets involved in some of these projects. Cement, or market, you know, so you see different strengths. I mean, really, are they really tested for those strengths, or a laboratory are even on so I think that we should be very, very interested in following up on some of these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more? Okay. Now the interesting is when I ask for any more, I see. Yes. But then, yes. So we have to end here. I'm truly grateful for the stimulating discussions. I'm hoping that we would have some more when we meet. I'll call my very good friend to come and thank us for sitting in from morning to this time. And after that, we would remember that God brought us to this point, and then we would have the closing prayer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, this came as an emergency, so I didn't really plan on anything. But what I will just say is that we thank everyone for being here with us. Thank you very much for the time spent. Safe journey to our destinations too.
Thank you. You know, I like what's the when you sit in an aircraft and you get to the destination, we say that, oh, thank you very much for flying with us. We hope that you have a very nice time or something. in this place or wherever you may be going. Yes, we all have places to go in this evening, and we want to thank you and say that you should have a very wonderful time when you get home. Can we be on our feet and then pray? It is only in this meeting that I've heard that with our eyes closed. Yes, it's only in this meeting. Yes. I'm praying that when you close your eyes, you will see something nice. So shall we close our eyes and pray? Father, we are grateful for this event and your presence in it. We started with you and we want to end with you. We want to say a big thank you for everything that has happened in this event. We want to commit ourselves to you, even as we go home. Those of us going far, those of us going near, we pray that you shall guide and guide us all the way home. And when we get there, we shall also not forget to give you the thanks. In the name of Jesus, we have prayed. Amen. Thank you very much once again. Let me show. Hang on. I think you don't want to do that. Not your engineer was engineer was part. Engineer was Albert, disconnect me. Let me give you the number. Yes. So send me. Hi, and then tell me about you, and then just send me something. Remind me. All right. Let's go. Okay, it's okay. I don't. Yes,